Right, you asked for it, so I've done it. A full copywriting masterclass from start to finish, teaching you absolutely everything you need to know to start making 10 grand a month as a copywriter. And telling you now, there's going to be a lot of very unhappy YouTubers if this video managed to get some traction, because when I say I'm teaching you everything, that means I'm teaching you everything. There's going to be no bullshit, there's going to be no going round in circles, there's going to be no open loops. I am literally just going to teach you step by step from beginner to pro, to outreach, to client retention, everything. All the steps that you need. That's going to be copywriting basics, direct response copy, branded copy, advanced conversion copywriting, SEO copywriting, outreach tactics, and then client retention and scaling. Literally everything. Now, I just want to quickly say that this is not going to be another online course that tells you that I'm telling you everything and then just doesn't, because I am literally going to show you everything start to finish, no bullshit. So before I continue waffling and completely take away from the fact that this is supposed to be no bullshit, let me just give all the newcomers a brief introduction as to who I am, what I do, and basically what copywriting is if you don't know. So you've seen the title of this video. Today we're going to be going over the copywriting basics for beginners. Now, even if you're an intermediate copywriter or you've been studying this for a few months and think that you're intermediate and advanced, there is still stuff in this lesson that I guarantee you do not understand, because there's not a lot of people I have spoken to that do understand this stuff, and they have clients. So make sure you're watching this video as well, because it's going to teach beginners, intermediate, and even some advanced copywriters some stuff that they might not have known about. My name's James. You lot can call me Cav. All my friends call me Cav. The only person that calls me James is my mum, my sister, and my girlfriend. So unless you're a female, don't call me James. You can call me Cav Legacy. I'm a freelance copywriter, and I started doing it in March. I got my first client in, I believe, May, and then by the end of June-ish, I'd made around 5 grand, and I had a few clients. I think I had about 4 or 5. And then by the end of July, I had made 12 grand, not altogether. I made 12 grand in the month of July. And I think I'd worked for about 15, 16 clients by that point. So it's really easy to get into copywriting. You know, we're going to go over it all today, but basically you can be making all the way up to 12 grand. And when I say 12 grand, that's British pounds. If you want to talk about American dollars, which most of you are going to be accustomed with, that's about 15 grand I made in 1 month with freelance copywriting. Right now I have, what's the opposite of upscaled? I've downscaled down to about 6 to 7 grand a month in British pounds, which is about $8,000 to $9,000 a month, because I prefer a healthy work-life balance. I'm not one of them that's going to fly head first into a 38-hour work week trying to make 20 grand a month. I'm comfortable making what I'm making, 6 grand a month, working a few hours a day. And that's the good thing about copywriting. You can either work a few hours a day like me and make up to 10 grand a month, or you can work full-time 38 to 48 hours a week and earn 25 grand a month. That's what I'm going to teach you how to do in this course. So enough waffling and get straight into it. Let me just wait for Loom to finish its little countdown skip. Right, there we go, that's started. So editor, bring the screen up. So, copywriting basics for beginners, how to start copywriting in 2025. What I am going to teach you in this course is literally everything that you need in 2025, because copywriting has evolved. There's thousands of people trying to get into it every single day, but there's also thousands of people quitting. Why are they quitting? Because the market has changed and you're being taught old tricks that don't work anymore. So I'm going to teach you the new stuff. But first, you need to learn the basics. So, lesson 1, what is copywriting? Basically, copywriting is the art of persuasion through words. It is the act of writing text that is designed to influence potential prospects into spending money on a product or service. Copywriting is a high-value skill that businesses will pay you thousands for. That is what copywriting is in a nutshell. It is writing words that are persuasive and make people want to buy things. So if you do that for a business, write persuasive words that make their customers want to buy their stuff, they will pay you a lot of money for that type of skill, because we use particular skills in copywriting to have higher conversion rates than ordinary people trying to persuade people, because we actually understand the psychology and know how to structure a piece of copy to actually convert and do its job. So, an example of this. And by the way, before I continue, you don't need any sort of advanced English writing skills or a level of intellect to be able to do copywriting. I'm a fat idiot from Burnley, right? I've been a security guard for 4 years, a brain-dead security guard, scratching my balls in the control room and occasionally rugby tackling and dumping people to the floor when they misbehave. I'm an idiot, but I got into copywriting because it's fucking easy. There's a misconception between easy and, what's the word? There's something that's easy and then there's something that's difficult. Now, difficult doesn't necessarily, or should I say easy, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be quick. Easy doesn't mean quick. Copywriting can take a while to get into. You know, it can take a few months and it can be a lot of work, but the work that you do is easy. Difficult means you need an A-star higher degree in English writing and you need this and you need that. You don't need any of that. You need a basic level of understanding of English and you need to have access to a laptop. And time, you need time. You need to be able to put consistent time into this. And it is really easy. Like I say, it took me 2 months. I went from making $2,000 a month as a security guard to making 17 grand in my first 2 months. And now I make 6 to 7 grand a month, every month, consistently, doing about 2-3 hours work a day. It's brilliant. So, an example of copywriting. Businesses make, on average, 20% of their total income through their email campaigns. As a copywriter, your skills will enable you to reach or increase this statistic. What that means is 3 things. A business may already generate 20% of their revenue through email campaigns, but they're not using copywriting techniques, which means they've got a sick product. So once you start implementing copywriting techniques, that 20% statistic could increase to 26%. And therefore, if they're pulling in, say, 200 grand a month through their email campaigns, increasing that by 6%, they're now going to be pulling in 212 grand a month. So if you ask for, let's say, 2 grand a month in exchange for increasing their monthly revenue by 12 grand, they're going to do it. They're not going to bat an eyelid. They're going to be like, hell yeah, go for it, do your thing. And that's why copywriting is buzzing, because it gives you the ability to do that. I think it's 12 grand, something like that. I'm not good at maths. I'm an all right writer though. The next one is you can either, as a copywriter, enable them to reach 20%, which means they're doing less. So if they're only generating 10% of their monthly income, then you can push that number all the way up to 20. And therefore, if they're a $100,000 business pulling in that much money just from their email campaigns, then when you push that number up to 20%, that's gone from 100 grand to 200 grand. A little bit extreme examples, but that is the general consensus behind what copywriting does. We increase conversion rates and increase revenue based off of the psychological techniques that we use in our writing. So, if a $10 million business generates $200,000 per month with the help of professional copywriting, without the help of professional copywriting, then by implementing your help, that business could increase that number all the way up to 250 grand per month. A business will happily pay you 2 grand a month to make them an additional 48 grand per month. That is the general idea of copywriting. They'll give you 2 grand and you'll make them 50. That's it. And then as you retain that client and build a relationship with that client, you can just ask for more money. You've been working with them for 3-4 months and you can say, right, listen, I have made you 50 grand on top of what you were already making consistently for 4 months. That's 200 grand. And what have you paid me? 8 grand. I want an increase in retainer. I want 5 grand a month now. And they will say, okay, no problem. And you'll get 5 grand a month for one client for writing 3 emails a week. It's cracked. So, lesson 2. Why copywriting is the best business model in 2025. The competition is abysmal. There's thousands of wannabe copywriters trying to join the industry every week, and all of them are neglecting to learn the fundamentals of copywriting that allow them to stand out against their competition. What this means is You're all learning from the same 3 or 4 YouTubers that teach the same thing, and you are neglecting to learn other elements of copywriting which make you stand out. You're all doing exactly the same thing. You're all learning direct response emails targeted towards the fitness niche. How are you going to stand out when all you can do is direct response to a fitness niche, same as everyone else, same as the thousands and thousands of copywriters that are trying to start every single day? You're not standing out, which means you're not going to succeed. Not only that, you're all reaching out to the same people using the same shit Instagram outreach method. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what your favourite influencer says. It doesn't fucking work. I'll teach you what works because it worked for me. And it got me 15 clients in over 2 months. I've already got a video on YouTube about it, but that was the first video I ever recorded and it's fucking shit. So I'm going to upgrade it and show you how to do it properly later on in this course. All of them are targeting the same handful of niches for outreach, leaving the high converting niches free for the taking. Now, what that means is everyone is sending outreach to dropshipping gurus, fitness influencers, and just fucking influencers in general that don't have any money or don't have a business or don't have a product to sell. You're all just reaching out to the same type of people. So there's high converting businesses out there like engineering firms and mortgage brokers and property, all that stuff. None of you are reaching out to them. So no, there's no competition. And the reason there's no competition is because the niches that actually convert don't have anyone reaching out to them. So there's no competition. I want to teach you. Stand by. AI is shit and will not take over human copywriting for at least another 10 years. I'm not going to sit here and explain why AI is shit. It just is. If you want to do some research and research Google's algorithm and how it's basically clicked onto shit AI content, you can no longer rank on Google if your website is generated content using AI. You can't rank on Google. Google clocks on straight away and it's classed as junk. Do you know why? Because AI is fucking junk. It is junk. It is shit writing. Not only is it shit writing, it can't convert because it can't lie, it can't manipulate, it can't tap into psychology, it can't use humor, it can't use sarcasm. It is a robot. Robot copywriting does not convert. Human copywriting does, tapping into people's psychology, lying to them, or at least exaggerating, heavily exaggerating. Psychological manipulation, that's what copywriting is. We'll get to it soon though. AI is shit, it's not going to take over copywriting, trust me. And especially for SEO, AI will never take over SEO because Google's algorithm will never accept AI content as high value informative content. So even if somehow AI manages to write the best direct response and brand copy in the entire world, it will never be able to write SEO copy because Google doesn't like AI. So there you go, AI is not going to take over copywriting. So why copywriting is the best business model in 2025? Because it's got a high income and work-life balance. You can make as much or as little as you'd like. You can earn $8,000 a month working 2 hours a day like me, or you can work full-time and earn $25,000 a month. Easy peasy. The reason why is because, like I said, a business will pay you $2,000 a month to write 3 emails a week. Those email campaigns will generate them $50,000. It only takes 20 minutes to write an email, which means you're working 1 hour a week for one client. If you get more than one client, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clients, then you can scale up to about $25,000 a month. Forget what everyone else says. $25,000 is the limit. That is my opinion. You can take it or leave it. I don't think you can make more than $25,000 a month as a freelance copywriter. You can scale and turn into an agency. And what that means is, say you've got $25,000 worth of work, you can just pay someone a wage, $3,000, to do all the work for you while you get more clients. You could scale that way. But in terms of freelance copywriting, I personally don't think you can get more than $25,000 a month. Unless you manage to land yourself a miracle client that's pulling in $300,000 a month on their email campaigns, and they pay you a 10% rev share on all their revenue that they generate. That's like a miracle client. You're getting $30,000 a month off one client. It's never going to happen. That's a fairy tale. So get that out of your head. But In my personal opinion, the average for copywriting sits at around 10 grand a month. Like I said, I make around $8,000 a month or £6,000 because I'm comfortable working at that rate. But the average for people is 10 grand a month, especially single people. I'm a family man, I've got a family, I've got, a social life, all that stuff. Mainly family, I've got two stepchildren, I've got my girlfriend, I've got an house to run, we spend time together. So I like the work-life balance that I've got. But for young men who are single and just want to make loads of money and become millionaires, the average is about 10 grand a month, but you can scale it to 25. So copywriting is a mandatory skill that you need if you want to scale past 25 grand a month. It is a gateway to 7 figures. What that means is if you've got higher aspirations and you want to become a millionaire, you need to know copywriting, because copywriting is marketing, it is sales. You need to understand marketing and sales if you want to scale past 25 grand a month. And what that means is if you want an agency, you need to supercharge your outreach. And so you need to start running ad campaigns. Once you start running ad campaigns, then you need to learn sales calls so that you can then answer more calls with clients, close more clients, and then hire more people to do all that work for you. And then you need to be, it's just a lot. If you want to scale past 25 grand a month, you need to understand copywriting. And so again, that's why copywriting is good. If you're happy making 10 to 25 grand a month, then you can stick to being a copywriter. If you want to scale past that, then you need copywriting anyway to make more than 25 grand a month. Mandatory skill. Unless you do Forex and all that shit, but this doesn't require any initial investment. You can just get straight into it for free. So lesson 3, basic sales techniques. The secret to writing effective copy comes from understanding basic sales techniques. There's only 2 main techniques you need to understand for your copy to work the way it should. IPS, which is identify a problem, describe the problem associated with the product or service you're writing about, propose the solution, introduce a solution to the problems by describing the benefits of fixing their issues, and then sell the solution. Pitch the product or service that acts as the solution to their problems. The next one is the 4 big emotions. New releases, newest model, latest in scientific technology. Easy, it's easy to use, it requires no effort. You don't have to do anything. It's safe, there's no risks, it's free, and there's also a money back guarantee if it doesn't work. And it's big, you're talking big results, everybody is doing it. Everybody is buying it. Big promises. You will lose 20 pounds in 1 week. I'm going to try not to use fitness references because it doesn't work. People kind of take the references that you use and implement that into real life. If I ever use fitness like as an example, don't take that as me telling you to write copy for fitness, because it doesn't work. It's just the easiest thing. That's why everyone on YouTube does it. It's just the easiest thing to come up with stuff on the spot, but don't write about fitness. So I'm going to explain these 2 templates. So again, identify a problem. What you're doing is describing the problem associated with whatever it is you're trying to sell. I'm going to use fitness as an example because it's easy to talk about and I don't have a script to read off. I'm just reading off the top of my head. So the problem would be you're fat, you're overweight. That's the problem. You need to identify and describe that problem. What that's going to do is it's going to hook the reader and it's going to agitate and capture their attention because you're basically describing their situation. They're overweight and these are all the negative implications of being overweight. Your arse is sweaty, your breath stinks because you've got cheeseburgers stuck between your teeth and food stuck in your tonsils. Your ankles are swollen, you can barely walk anywhere, so you can't do any exercise. You just describe all of that. I'll give you some examples, some proper examples. And then the next thing is just proposing the solution. We've got your solution. We've got... let me think. I'm trying to think of something original here. So yeah. You're fat, you're overweight, your ankles are swollen, you can't do any exercise to lose that weight. We've got your solution. Introducing the vibrating mobility scooter. Don't worry about your swollen ankles because you never have to walk anywhere again. You can just get on our vibrating mobility scooter. Why does it vibrate? Because vibrating burns 4 times as much calories as walking does. So you can sit on our mobility scooter and just ride everywhere vibrating while you passively burning calories. We guarantee that our vibrating scooter will help you lose 20 pounds in the first week of using it, as you are burning approximately 2,000 calories every 3 hours you spend sitting on our vibrating scooter. Not only that, you can throw your sofa and your armchair away. Just sit on our vibrating scooter while you watch Coronation Street. That's the solution. And then you sell it. For this week only, it's got a 20% discount. There's only 200 left in stock, and we've already sold 195 of them, so there's 5 left. Get yours now before it's too late, or else you'll be fat forever. Really simple stuff. I'll give you some better examples later down the line, but that is, again, that's just your general idea of your basic sales technique. And then the next one is just, I've already explained it, it's the 4 big emotions. They're the points that you kind of need to hit in your copy. You need to explain how something's new. You need to explain how it's easy to use, it's safe, so there's no risks involved with it, and then you need to make some big promises. Once you hit those 4 emotions, your copy's going to convert. Now, I just want to show you this video, right? And I'm not actually sure if you're going to be able to hear the audio. I absolutely, fingers crossed, hope to God that you can hear the audio on it, but I just want to show you this video, and then I'm going to show you how it's done using basic sales techniques. Please, for the love of God, Lord. Apparently, my internet router's a potato. Don't worry about it, I'm gonna get a Red Bull while we wait. While we're waiting as well, have any of you ever heard of Grant Cardone? I think that's his name. He is a very famous salesman. Very famous. And I think he's shit at sales.
I want to sell myself. Okay.
Right, let's watch this. You've got 1 minute, sell the water. Let's see how he does.
Okay, first of all,
what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my mic right next to it so you can hear it.
1 minute, sell
Sell the water.
Okay, Grant, I understand you're looking for some water. I want to sell myself. I'm not here to sell water. Grant, I understand you're in the market for some water.
Now, when I give you a task to do, you're going to tell me I don't want to do that, I want to go do something
No,
else?
sir.
That's
no,
what
sir.
you just did.
The reason why I believe we're here for a job, right? And myself is worth more than that
I
glass
don't
of
know why
water.
you're here. I know why I'm here. I'm trying to hire people.
I understand.
I'm trying to find the best people that have whatever it takes. Not the pretenders,
Without a doubt.
not the wannabes.
I understand.
Okay?
Grant, how are you
And
going
I've
to be?
hired so many people. I sit here, I spend my time, my energy, my resources. People come in, they dress good, they talk good, and then boom.
Grant, how are you going to be using that water?
How am I going to use the
How
water?
are you going to be using it? What are you going to use it for?
I could wash my car.
What is the purpose
could,
of you're
wash
looking
your
for some
fucking
water?
car.
What are you going to be? You're going to do a slip and
Glass
slide?
of
You're going to
water.
gargle with it? You're going to shower with it? How are you going to be using the water, Grant?
Gargle with it.
Huh?
I could gargle.
So this water you're going to be gargling?
I could gargle. I mean,
Okay.
I've never gargled with water, but I guess I could gargle.
So that's what you're looking for, water to gargle, correct?
Right, I'm going to stop it there because that's just, it's absolute bullshit. What I'm going to do now, editor, put me on the full screen. I'm going to pretend that you are Grant Cardone, whatever his name is, and you have just told me to sell that water so that I can get a job as a salesman. I'm going to show you how to do it because even Grant is shit. I don't even think he knows how to sell that water. So, sell me that water. First things first, you need to identify a problem associated with the product that you are trying to sell. I'm going to give you all 5 seconds now to think what problem might be associated with a bottle of water. Why would someone want to buy a bottle of water? 5 seconds is up. Don't overcomplicate it. If you said anything stupid like wash your car with a bottle of water or gargle it, you're overcomplicating it and you're an idiot. You're thirsty. That is the only reason anyone is going to buy a bottle of water, because you're thirsty. That is it. That is the problem. So now we need to cater our sale towards that problem. First things first, you need to identify whether or not the prospect in question has that immediate problem. So if he said to me, sell me that water, the first thing I would say is, are you thirsty? You can get two answers, yes or no. If he says yes, then the sale is easy. You simply highlight the negative implications of being thirsty. So, what are the first negative implications of being thirsty? The main one that comes to mind is a dry mouth. You've got a dry mouth, must be uncomfortable. Here's a bottle of water. Bear with me though. There's more negative implications of being thirsty. Let's use some actual, scientific words for thirsty to make it sound more dangerous than what it actually is, because this invokes fear in the person that you're trying to sell to. So instead of saying thirsty, let's say dehydrated. Did you know that even a mild state of dehydration can reduce your cognitive functions significantly? You literally just said to me in that video that you spend hours and hours sitting here and hiring people. How can you sit here and make informed decisions when your basic cognitive functions are not functioning because you're thirsty? You're dehydrated. Not only that, I can tell you're in a bad mood. You're in a bad mood because you're thirsty. A mild state of dehydration can cause significant mood swings. So guess what? I've got your solution. If you want to improve your cognitive functions, get rid of your dry mouth, and in general, bring up your mood and be in a better mood to make more informed decisions and hire the correct people, then here's a bottle of water. Do you want it? Oh yeah, sure. $1. That's how you sell it. Now, if he says no, that's when things get a little bit more complicated. Now, it's easy to sell a bottle of water. So if he says no, then you need to identify whether or not the problem associated with needing a bottle of water is going to arise in the future. Which it is. We all know that we all get dehydrated after just a few hours. So you need to say, okay, you're not thirsty now, but you will be soon. You literally just said to me that you spend hours on end sitting here hiring dozens of people. That means at some point, maybe not now, but at some point, you are going to get thirsty. So what would you rather do? Would you rather get up, walk to the vending machine, buy an overpriced bottle of water for $3 from the vending machine, and then have to come all the way back and sit back down at your desk? Or would you prefer to buy a $1 bottle of water that's sat right here in front of you for your convenience? Oh, well, I don't really know if that bottle of water is the best decision for me. Well, guess what? Did you know that a mild state of dehydration can reduce your cognitive function? Identify the problems, talk about the negative implications of those problems, bish, bash, bosh. Right, okay, that's a good pitch. I can't be bothered walking to the vending machine and spending $3 when I can get this one right here for $1, and yes, I'd rather improve my cognitive function, so I'll take it. Thank you very much, $1. That is how you sell a bottle of water. Easy. And it's the same for every single product. Every single product, it's all exactly the same thing. I hope to God you all heard that, because my mic was all the way down there. I'm going to be absolutely fuming if the audio's shit. Fuck my life. Right. How do I get rid of this? Escape. Slideshow. There we go. So lesson 4, writing. One of the biggest misconceptions in copywriting is that you're required to have an advanced level of English writing skills. This isn't true. You only need basic writing skills to succeed as a copywriter, since complex vocabulary and intricate wordplay can confuse potential buyers and take away from the power of the copy. Your copy structure should read as follows. When writing copy, particularly emails and social media posts, you need to keep your copy simple and easy to read. That means using short, to-the-point lines of text that are easy to navigate. And for your vocabulary, don't be a smart ass. Use simple, easy to understand language in all of your copy. There's a plethora of resources you'll gain access to. Shit. We have a ton of resources that you can use. Good. Why? Because you need to always have it in your head that the person that you are writing for is retarded and they don't understand what the word plethora means. Use simple, easy words. So you write good copy. What on earth is going on? Right, lesson 5, mindset. Like any other business model, I'm just going to get this out of the way because it is important. I know there's tons of videos out there like, you have to work hard every single day and work hard towards your goals. No. But it's true. You literally do. You need to fortify your mind to be able to actually accomplish this, because it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen in about 1 to 2 months like it did for me. But that's 1 to 2 months of just grinding. So like any other business model, nothing comes overnight. You have to accept the fact that you're going to need a lot of practice before you can start using your skills practically. The hardest you will ever work is when you're making no money. But once the money starts to flow, your life will start to get so much better and your workload will slowly begin to reduce. Imposter syndrome is not real. There will never be a time when you think you are good enough. You need to learn the basics, implement those skills into practice, check you've hit all the right notes, just make a checklist, and then start to outreach, because volume negates everything. You will never learn as much in practice as you will in the real world. Your goal is to get a client no matter what. Nothing else. That is your goal, to get a client, because once you are doing practical work, you will learn a lot more than you could ever learn practicing. And the final thing I want to say is do not quit. There's 2,000 copywriters that are attempting to penetrate the market every week, and 1,999 of them are quitting the week after. Don't be the one who quits. You will succeed if you don't give up. Now, the reason there's 2,000 copywriters every single week trying to get into it is because people do a very good idea of telling you how easy it is to get into copywriting, which it is, but they just don't tell you how to make that process easy. They just tell you how to do one thing, which is direct response. I'm going to teach you how to do that. I'm going to teach you how to do it better than everyone else, because believe me, there's competition in this market in making online courses for people. There's competition. These guys are all making these YouTube videos to give you a course, and they make it seem like they're giving you all the value in the world and teaching you everything, when in reality, they're teaching you 1%. I am going to teach you 100% of everything, because I've got 100 subscribers and I need more. And the only way I'm going to get more is by beating everybody else's content. So do with it what you will. Don't be the one who quits. You will succeed if you don't give up. So lesson 6, different types of copy. So there's 3 different types of copy, 2 of which consist of traditional or conversion copywriting, and the other gets a bit more complicated. So for traditional copywriting or conversion copywriting, copywriting that is meant to either warm up leads or convert sales, you've got direct response. This is the most well-known copy type. It is designed to get an immediate response from the reader. Branded copy. This is the most useful type of traditional copy. It is designed to warm up potential leads by highlighting brand attributes and providing free value. It builds authority within your brand, builds trust within the reader, so that when you then target them with direct response, they are more inclined to trust you and respond and take the call to action. And finally, there's SEO copywriting, a lesser known form of copywriting and much more advanced. It is designed to appeal to human readers and search engine bots to help websites rank for specific search queries to generate organic website traffic. This is the most in-demand copywriting service in the world. You can get SEO copywriting work anywhere once you know how to do it. Direct response and branded is a little bit more difficult. SEO, everyone wants it, because everyone wants to rank on Google. And the possibilities when you rank a page on page 1 of Google are limitless. You're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of incoming leads to your website every single month once you get SEO down. So people are screaming for it, trust me. So, to be continued. So lesson 1, applying basic sales techniques. Emails are the best type of copy to practice direct response, but the general rules of writing direct response copy apply everywhere. This means if you are writing a landing pages are going to use direct response. That is what a landing page is for. A landing page is designed to get a specific action from the reader, and that action is usually a subscription to a newsletter or something like that. Direct response techniques will be used in a landing page, just the same as they are used anywhere else. But we're just going to use emails because it's the easiest thing for you to practice, and it's the easiest way for you to implement direct response copy without having to mess around with the design and how it looks and different headers and all that bullshit. So your general rules of thumb is identifying a problem, agitating the reader, proposing the solution, fortifying the proposition, and then securing the call to action. And remember, direct response is all about getting a response. That is the outcome you are aiming for, nothing else. You're just trying to get the reader to take action on the link that you provide in the email. That is the whole point of direct response. So lesson 2, if you want to write a good direct response email, then you need to start building emotion in your writing. The key to making your copy convert is to spark emotion in the reader. Your copy, it needs to speak to the reader's soul, describing in detail their struggles, hardships, dreams, and desires, then using that emotional connection to manipulate them into spending money. During practice, you can pick a niche that you are familiar with to help you get the hang of it. But when doing practical work for clients, you may be required to write for an audience you are unfamiliar with, and that's when market research comes into things, which we'll get to in the next slide. For now, I just want to reiterate everything that I've just read in my own words. The importance of sparking emotion in direct response copywriting far exceeds anything else. People buy with emotion and justify with logic, and that is why if you can't spark emotion in your copy, it will not convert. And again, this is all so important when becoming a copywriter because yes, there's a trend of volume negates everything, which it does. You send enough outreach, eventually you're going to get a client. But the problem is, if you're shit at writing copy, you will just lose that client. And I guarantee when you finally, for the love of God, get that first client, if you lose them and you're dropped back down to square one, you are not going to start outreach again. That will be the end of your copywriting career. When you get your client, you have to retain that client. The only way you can retain it is by bringing them results. How do you bring them results? By being good at writing copy. And if you want to be good at writing copy, you need to learn how to build emotion in the reader. Now, the way you build emotion in your reader, the way you build emotion within the reader is, again, sparking an emotional connection by describing their life and how shit it is. When you describe their life and describe how terrible it is and describe how miserable they are, it's going to resonate with them because they're going through a hard time with whatever it is that they're going through a hard time with. So when they're reading what you're writing about, you're going to form a connection because they're going to feel like you know them inside out. And therefore, that emotional connection will then be built between you and the reader, which further builds the authority and trust to then sell them later on in the email because you spark that emotional connection. People buy with emotion, justify with logic. As soon as you start fucking up logical thinking by making the reader feel shit about themselves, they're going to be more inclined to make a purchase on a product, which is why it's so important. Good copy is the page speaking to the reader. Bad copy is the reader reading the page. That is very important. Now, for market research, in the last lesson or in the last video, I told you that AI was shit. Now, I'd like to specify that AI is shit at writing copy. It is, however, good at presenting facts based off of human information. So you can use ChatGPT to get some really good information for your market research. And the only prompts you will ever need are right here on the screen. So what prompts do you need? First of all, if you don't understand the problems within the market that you are writing for, so when you get a client and that client does something stupid like psychic readings and you don't understand the problems within the market, this is where you will need to do market research. And the first thing that you need to identify is the problems associated with the product that your client is trying to sell. So the prompt that you can use is, what are the main problems associated with consumers in the psychic reading niche? And ChatGPT will send you a full comprehensive list of all the problems. People have lost relatives, people are paranoid that they're going to die, people are, whatever it may be, I don't know. Once you've got those problems, then you need to write another prompt asking ChatGPT to tell you what are the negative implications of those problems, giving real-world examples. It will then give real-world examples of how those problems can affect you, and you will then use that information to formulate a piece of copy that describes someone's life and how shit it is. Because you will use real-world examples to describe how their problems are affecting them in their day-to-day life. So once you've done that, ask ChatGPT how a psychic reading can solve those problems for them, and it will give you a full, comprehensive list of the potential benefits of how a psychic reading could solve the problems of whatever it is that's associated with that niche. And then again, just to reiterate, ask for the benefits using real-world examples. So once you get a psychic reading, it can significantly improve your mood and make you less stressed about wondering where your loved one has gone after they've passed away. I don't know, something like that. I'm going to use the fitness niche again as an example because it's a little bit easier to explain. So what are the main problems associated with consumers in the fitness niche? ChatGPT will tell you that everyone's fat. What are the negative implications of those problems, giving real-world examples? Being fat makes you breathe heavy, it makes your ankles hurt, gives you joint pain, you can't do physical activities. Use all that to describe someone's life and how shit it is. So how could a fitness program solve those problems for consumers in the fitness niche? A fitness program could help you lose weight and get fit. What are the benefits of solving those problems in the X niche? Give some real-world examples. Well, when you lose weight, you're not going to be breathing heavy as much all the time, and your joints are going to be under less pressure, so they're not going to hurt anymore. And when you get fit, you're not going to be breathing heavy all the time, and you're going to be able to go out and do more activities with your family and actually have a life with your children. That's what ChatGPT will tell you. Now, that works for any niche in the entire world, whether it's property, whether it's engineering, whether it's event planning, charity. You can use these prompts to get all the information you will ever need for a direct response email. Really easy. And then lesson 4, driving action. So driving action is all about making the reader think that they will die if they don't act immediately. Bit of an extreme example, but you need to make them feel like they have to absolutely act now, or they are going to be stuck in the miserable situation that you have just described for the rest of their life. Now, you can do this by putting urgency on your call to action using these techniques. You can invoke fear into the reader. And the way you invoke fear in the reader is by articulating the fact that if they don't take action now, it may be too late. Click here now before our stock runs out is a brief example. And another way you can create urgency on the call to action is by reiterating the benefits. So when prompting the reader to take action, you need to reiterate what they'll get by doing so. Don't just say, click here now. You will say, click here to get lifetime access to my programming community before the door closes. You are reiterating the benefits of what they will get by clicking here. Click here now to lose £20 in the next 7 days before you miss your chance, rather than click here now. And all that does is it just reinforces the whole point of them sitting there and reading that email. It reinforces what you are trying to accomplish with that email, which is a call to action. And the only way you're going to get that call to action is by invoking fear and reiterating the benefits. Because when you invoke fear, you are putting them in an emotional roller coaster by making them feel like they're going to be fat and miserable forever. And then you are reiterating the benefits in the link by saying, this is how you will not be fat forever, by clicking here. And it's your only chance. Real simple stuff. So I'm going to show you 2 examples now. And I've tried recording this lesson a few times and I failed. Because the first time I sat here writing it for you all to watch, and it was just a shit lesson, and your attention span's fucked. Half of you, well, 70% of you probably aren't even watching at this point. So I thought if I sit here writing the email in silence, it's just everyone's just going to be gone before I even get to the end of the lesson. So I finished the email and I'm just going to read it out to you and explain the techniques that I've used. Now, like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, I've got 2 examples. Both examples use all the techniques that I have just explained. I don't do anything different. I identify a problem, I build emotion, I propose the solution, reiterate the benefits of that solution, and then drive action and market research. I've done all the same stuff. The difference is the product that I am trying to... Excuse me. The difference is the product that I am trying to sell. And this is very important. We're going to get really in-depth into it in the advanced copywriting video that's coming out soon. But for now, this should give you an idea of why direct response doesn't always work. Because sometimes the product is not a suitable candidate for a direct response email. So let's have a look. Subject line, first name, you're not depressed. James, you're not depressed. You just need one of these. Why have I chosen this subject line? Because one, it refers to the methods that I'm going to use to build emotion. And two, literally everyone thinks that they've got mental health problems in 2024, 2025. Every single one of you thinks you've got some sort of anxiety or depression. And so, therefore, this email will get a 99.5% open rate because everyone thinks they're depressed. And it's just really easy to clickbait people. It's an exaggeration, by the way. So for the body content, you're going to start off by identifying the problem. What is the problem? Feeling like dog shit but don't know what's wrong with you. The depressed, I've already identified the problem in the title. Now we're just going to expand on it. Feeling like dog shit but don't know what's wrong with you. Maybe it's your annoying kids or your nagging wife. Who knows? But one thing you may not have considered is that you might be the problem. Now, I'm not here to belittle you, nor am I here to make you feel shitter than you already do. I just think I know exactly what's wrong in your life and what you can do to sort it out. You've immediately hooked the reader. I haven't even said anything. I've just explained very briefly the struggles and hardships that they could potentially be going through in life. They feel like shit, the kids are annoying, and the wife is constantly nagging at them. Guess what? You're the problem, and I know how you can fix it. Instantly hooked. Because everyone's got annoying kids, everyone's got a nagging wife, and everyone feels like shit because, like I said, everyone thinks they're depressed. Bang. Whoever's reading that, hooked immediately. You may be surprised to learn that there's a good chance your basic cognitive functions are fucked. That's not a guess, it's a statistical fact, and I'm going to explain my reasons for thinking this soon. Small mistakes around the house can be a good indicator as to whether or not you fall under this category. You struggle to complete basic day-to-day tasks. You leave the dogs locked outside because you forget to let them in, and you left your handbrake off, which has fucked your car's back end. These are just a few examples of the potential day-to-day fuck-ups your family has to deal with. Not only that, but I'd hazard a guess that you're feeling a regular influx of negative emotions. Constantly arguing with your girlfriend, can't be arsed going to work, and your kids prefer their stepdad over you. So what I've done here is I've built emotion by describing their life. They can't complete day-to-day tasks because they feel like shit and they're lazy, and everyone's lazy in this day and age. They leave the dogs locked outside because they forgot to let them in, which is all about reduced cognitive functions. Everyone's done that at some point. I do it weekly, leave my dogs outside by accident. Oh well, ring the RSPCA. It happens. I don't drink water, by the way. If you haven't already figured it out, this is using the basic selling techniques that I explained in the last video to sell a bottle of water. I don't drink water. I drink Red Bull, coffee, and milk. Therefore, my basic cognitive functions are fucked, and I sometimes forget to let the dogs back in the house. And you've left your handbrake off, which has fucked your car's back end. I've left my handbrake off loads of times. I've got an electric handbrake, and it's just really easy to forget to click that little button. Luckily, I haven't fucked the back end of my car, but some people might have done. And then again, just describe their situation in even more detail. You're constantly arguing with your girlfriend, can't be arsed going to work, and your kids prefer their stepdad over you. Now, everyone argues with the girlfriend. Everyone. I don't care how happy you think your relationship is. You're arguing with your girlfriend. Can't be arsed going to work. No one can be asked going to work. That's why you sat watching this video trying to learn a high value skill, because you can't be asked going to work. And your kids prefer their stepdad over you. Divorce rates are something like 80% nowadays, so there's no such thing as two parents that are still together. So literally everyone's just got stepdads and stepmoms everywhere. Everyone's just sharing at this point. And so kind of planting that idea that your kids prefer their stepdad over you is definitely going to put them in a state of emotion. So let's continue. Are you happy going about your day-to-day life feeling like shit and not functioning properly? Probably not. That's why I've got an answer for you. Did you know that even a mild state of dehydration can reduce your cognitive functions by up to 60%, indirectly causing a drop in mood and overall enjoyment of life? Let me guess, you drink coffee every morning and fizzy drinks with every meal. Don't try and deny it. Research from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has indicated that an estimated 43% of adults drink less than 4 cups of water a day, which is below the minimum daily recommendation. If that sounds like you, then we've just identified the exact reason why your wife has been cheating on you. Building more emotion and presenting facts with market research. You have built emotion by identifying their problems and their hardships, and you have now identified the source of those problems, which is being dehydrated. So now, to further improve the quality of the copy, you need to address predispositions or address concerns. In this case, drinking water is shit. I mean, there's not really much else that you can write about a bottle of water. I'm surprised I've even managed to craft this, to be honest, but drinking water is shit. Duh. That's why 43% of people opt in for a caffeinated flavour instead. I personally got sick of being a miserable twat and decided to start drinking more water. My cognitive functions improved and my overall mood became joyful. The only problem was drinking water became a chore that I dreaded every day. Because drinking water is shit. So I came up with a solution. Introducing Volvic flavoured water. Improve your cognitive functions by up to 90%. Increase your overall mood and replace your coffee breath with a burst of fruity flavour. Our newest spring and mineral water has just hit the market with over 16 different flavours to choose from. We've got a taste for everyone. Our water is crafted using natural fruits, so you don't have to worry about artificial flavours in your diet. And for this week only, we've got a special offer just for you. Buy one, get one free, so you can buy the flavour you like and try a new one at no extra cost. You can fix all your fuck-ups with just the click of a button. You don't have to be miserable forever. Offer ends 8th. Oh my god, it's ended. I wrote this yesterday. There we go. Excuse me. Offer ends 9th of November 2024. So get yours now or watch your life continue to spiral out of control. By the way, there's a flu going around in England and I'm absolutely dying. So if I keep coughing and blowing your ears off, take your earphones out, put it on loudspeaker. So, we've identified the problem, which is red. We've started building emotion, which is pink. We've identified more problems and continued building emotion. And then we've proposed the solution. Once you propose the solution, you need to fortify the proposition. You fortify the proposition by solving all the problems that you have just mentioned. Improve your cognitive functions, increase your overall mood, and replace your coffee breath with fruity flavour. You could also expand on this section. I just got kind of bored. As you can tell, the quality of the copy has drastically reduced. It's gone from a decent structure of copy to just traditional Volvic flavoured water. Improve your cognitive functions. Increase overall mood. That's shit copywriting, by the way. Don't ever write copy like that. It's shit. I'm going to show you a decent example soon. But you can add more to this. You know, improve your cognitive functions, increase your overall mood, and replace your coffee breath. You could add some additional lines in between all of this. Improve your cognitive functions. Keep your dogs nice and warm when you remember to let them in. Improve cognitive functions. Buy yourself that new car. Because you don't have to worry about leaving your handbrake off. Increase your overall mood. Stop arguing with your girlfriend. Enjoy going to work. And rekindle your bond with your children. And take your ex to court for custody. Just expand. The more ways you explain how your solution is going to solve their problems and the more real world examples you use, the more it's going to fortify the copy and the more it's going to build authority with the thing that you are trying to sell. And again, when you drive an action, you need to create urgency. You create urgency by saying you've got a limited time offer, it's just for you, it's buy one, get one free, and the offer ends here. Fix all your fuck-ups with just the click of a button. You don't have to be miserable forever. Get yours now or watch your life continue to spiral out of control. Same things as I mentioned on the driving action slide. All about driving action. And again, I think I use Nesbit. I can't really be arsed breaking it all down, but there's some elements of Nesbit in there, like it's created using natural fruits, so there's no artificial flavours, safe. You know, big 16 different flavours, big promises. Newest spring and mineral water has just hit the market, new, so I've hit 3 emotions there. I could probably find easy somewhere, but that's the general principle of writing a direct response email. So, be honest with me. Do you think that's a good email? If you've made it to this part of the video as well, show me that you've made it to this part of the video by commenting and telling me if you think I did a good job selling a bottle of water in this email. Tell me if you think it's a good email. Because for me, that is shit. Why is it shit? Because how can you build emotion with someone on a bottle of water? Now, let me explain. And I'm going to go much more in depth in the advanced copywriting video that I'm going to make. But let me just briefly try and explain why this email is shit. It's shit because the examples you use to build emotion, it's very difficult to find something that is specifically going to resonate with a large percentage of readers, right? Now, you have to, when you write in a direct response email and building emotion, it is so important that you be specific and you hit key points that will resonate with as many people as possible. Now, with a bottle of water and the problems associated with a bottle of water, which is dehydration and reduced cognitive functions, there's not many real-world examples, specific real-world examples that you can use to build emotion within the reader. The only one, and I mean the only problem associated with dehydration that would resonate with everyone reading this email is the fact that when you're dehydrated, you've got a dry mouth. The only problem is, how can you build emotion around a dry mouth? You just can't. And that is why using direct response for Volvic flavoured water would not work. Ever. Because it just doesn't. It is not the type of product that will benefit from direct response emails. Volvic flavoured water would benefit from brand emails, which we'll get to in the next video. Brand emails will highlight the brand attributes, provide value, and use mild driving action techniques like limited time offers and special offers for immediate action. But in terms of pure direct response copywriting and psychological manipulation, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work because you can't build emotion in someone over a bottle of water. It's as simple as that. You can't build emotion. So that leads me on to my second email, e-cigarette. Now you may be thinking, I'm going to come off this because I don't want you reading any of it. You may be thinking to yourself, right, you've sold a bottle of water and you're saying you can't build emotion. How the fuck can you build emotion behind one of these? I'm going to give you 5 seconds to just try and think of something. How could I possibly identify a problem associated with an e-cigarette and build effective emotion within the reader based off of that problem? Well, now I'm going to show you what I did and what I figured out. And I actually wrote this email a long time ago as a challenge to write an email selling the first thing you see. Good challenge. You should try it. Very first thing you see right now. So right now I can see a DJI Pocket Osmo 3, so I would write an email trying to sell it. Do that. Sell something. For now, I'm going to show you how I managed to write a relatively effective direct response email for this, an e-cigarette. So, that's your key, that's your colour code. I followed the exact same techniques as the last one. So, subject line, how to quit smoking today. There you go, that's your problem, quit smoking. Big one. Yo, James, are you sick of having bad breath and smelly fingers? Me too. Do you want to be free of the ash in your eyes and your unquenchable thirst for cancer? Those stinking cigarettes leaving burns on your sofa, dyeing your curtains yellow, and leaving you shivering in the cold trying to keep your home free from those little sticks of destruction. What do you actually get out of being a smoker? Ah, that's right, you're addicted. Just like I was. We've identified a problem immediately. We've hooked the reader by telling them that we can help them quit smoking, which a lot of people want to do. More smokers want to quit than smokers that don't want to quit. So how to quit smoking today. Next, we've identified a problem and explained those problems. You've got bad breath, your fingers stink, you've got an unquenchable thirst for cancer, you get ash in your eyes, the burning holes in your sofa, your curtains are yellow, and if your curtains aren't yellow, then you're shivering, freezing cold outside, trying to keep your home free from those little sticks of destruction. So now that we've identified all those problems, we're asking them a genuine question. What do you actually get out of being a smoker? Now, they know they don't get anything out of it. You're identifying a problem. Again, you're fortifying it. You're addicted. That is the only thing you get out of being a smoker. You satisfy your addiction. So that's right, you're addicted, just like I was. But if you're reading this email, then it means you're ready for change. You're sick of smelling like an ashtray and wasting $20 a day, filling your lungs with toxic fumes, so now is the best time for you to do something about it. I'm sure you've already tried at some point before. The nicotine patches, those disgusting pieces of gum. Shit, maybe you've even tried chewing on a toothpick like John Cusack does. Did any of those techniques work? So what we've done there is we're building more emotion and we are describing real life situations which are going to resonate with a lot of people that have tried quitting smoking. What are the 3 main ways that people quit smoking? Nicotine patches, nicotine chewing gum, or a substitute for something for you to mess with in your mouth, like a toothpick, or some people just eat 100 bags of crisps every day and then just get fat and then they start getting targeted with fitness emails. But these are genuine solutions that are out there. Now, not only are you identifying methods of practice they have used, let me think, I lost my train of thought. So not only are you identifying methods of practice that they have used to try and solve their problem, but you are also indirectly comparing your product to other ones. Nicotine patches, disgusting pieces of nicotine chewing gum, the shit, they don't work. That's going to resonate with people because they have tried it. And the majority of people who have tried to quit smoking have done that. They've tried nicotine patches and they've tried the chewing gum. Did any of those techniques work? Well, you wouldn't be reading this email if they did. So I want you to ask yourself why they didn't work. Were the nicotine patches burning your skin? The revolting flavour of gum? Or did you swallow your toothpick and almost choke to death? Whatever it may be, I know the real reason you can't quit. You're addicted to the hit. That luxurious sensation of nicotine hitting your throat and soothing your mind. That's why you can't quit. So what can you do? Surely there must be an alternative to douse your desire for burning hot fumes. So again, it's all about just building emotion, using examples, resonating with the reader. By this point, they are going to think that we know them inside out. Why do we know them inside out? Because we've described their problems. We've described their reason for having those problems because they're addicted to smoking. We've reinforced even more problems. And instead of identifying problems, we have presumed what they're thinking. They're sick of smelling like an ashtray and they want to do something about it, but they've tried to do something about it and failed. Why have they failed? Because it didn't work. The nicotine patches burn the skin. The chewing gum's disgusting. So why can't you quit? You can use all those excuses. Oh, the nicotine patch is burning my skin. The chewing gum tastes disgusting. No. The real reason you can't quit is because you are addicted to the hit. The hit that hits your throat when you take back a drag of smoke. So how can we solve your problem? How can we cure your addiction? There must be an alternative to douse your desire for burning hot fumes. Well, it just so happens that there is. We've experienced your struggles and birthed the solution, introducing the Crystal Bar. It's small enough to have on the go, has a rechargeable battery for any situation, up to 4,000 puffs of organically produced liquid, and over 24 flavours for anyone to enjoy. You can choose from a wide selection, from a sweet fruit punch to a cool menthol ice. We've got a taste for everyone. Forget the days where you scared away the hose with your toxic breath and breathe physical attraction as you fill the room with our enticing flavours. You can sit comfortably in the warmth of your home and enjoy our environmentally friendly vapour. No more burns on your sofa, no more ash in your eyes. And best of all, our e-cigarettes are scientifically proven to be exponentially less harmful than smoking cigarettes. You don't believe me? Just take a look at what scientists are saying about our Crystal Bar. Market research, insert evidence. But before you run off to our website, we've got a special offer just for you. A special offer that can only be claimed directly from this email. For this week only, we're offering everyone who clicks this link the option to buy one of our Crystal Bars and get another one completely free. So you can buy the flavour you like and try a new one at no extra cost. Due to the success of our last post, selling over 10,000 Crystal Bars in 24 hours, this is the last time we will be offering this gift to you. So get yours now before the 10th of November and watch your addiction be soothed by our tasty vapour. P.S. Contact us and let us know how many more bitches you fucked after sweetening your lips with the Crystal Bar. That is an example of a much better direct response email because we've identified a problem which we can use real-world examples for, which will resonate with a much higher percentage of readers than a bottle of water. How many people struggle to complete day-to-day tasks? How many people even have dogs to accidentally leave locked outside? How many people are leaving their handbrake off and crashing their car? Now, yes, everyone argues with the girlfriend. Yes, no one can be bothered going to work. And yes, everyone's kids prefer their stepdads. But other than that, what can you actually do to build emotion when selling a bottle of water? You can't. There's nothing that you can do. So we've written an email on a product where we can build that emotion using actual problems that people struggle with in this niche. A high percentage of people in this niche struggle with. And that is why this email will be much more effective than the previous one. Very important. So whenever you write in a direct response email, whenever you choose a niche to write for in practice, and especially when you get a client, you just sit back and ask yourself, is there a prominent issue associated with this product? If there is, an issue that a very high percentage of people within this niche will be dealing with, then you can write this type of direct response email to them and it will be effective. It'll see success. If you're writing for a product that doesn't have a specific problem, that a high percentage of readers will have, then it is probably best for you to not try and do this, because you will have very low conversion rates and your client will sack you and you'll stop making money, and then you'll be out of the job, out of money. You'll never do copywriting again because you'll be miserable and it'll knock you back. So make sure you're actually identifying whether or not you can write a direct response email. If you can't write a direct response email, then you write a brand email, which is what I'm going to teach you how to do in the next video, next Monday. So in the next video, I will teach you about brand copy. Brand copy can be used for every single brand. No matter what, you can use brand copy for literally everything. It's amazing. You'll use it more than anything in the world, trust me. Straight into it, lesson 1, highlighting brand attributes. The most common type of brand copy, which is mainly used in emails, landing pages, and sales pages. Highlighting brand attributes basically translates to shiny object syndrome. Using colourful images, big buttons, and catchy one-liners to give the readers shiny object syndrome. Like a kid going through an Argos catalogue at Christmas, circling literally fucking everything because they saw it on an ad that one time. So highlighting brand attributes, like I've just said, is giving someone shiny object syndrome. It is highlighting products that the brand has and just making them look pretty in a piece of copy and using some fancy wordplay to get people to buy. So let's start by showing you an example of an email that highlights brand attributes. And this is an email that I received, and I'm sure many of you will have also received it. I don't play Call of Duty, by the way. I used to, not anymore. I threw my Xbox away when I started copywriting and making money, so I suggest you do the same if you actually want to make it. So, this is a good example of a brand attribute email that highlights brand attributes. The main thing with a brand attribute email is the way it looks. The colours, the images, the words on the screen, they have to be big, bold, they have to pop out, they have to immediately capture your attention. Instantly unlock rewards when you pre-order. It's telling you what it wants you to do, and it's telling you what you're going to get in return for doing it. Instantly unlock rewards. It pops out at you straight away. What are those rewards? It visualizes those rewards for you. You're going to get 3 operators, I'm assuming. They're like Fortnite skins. You're going to get some weapon camos, and you're going to get a ray gun and all this other stuff. Pre-order Black Ops 6 and instantly unlock the Woods Operator Pack and the Reflect 115 weapon camo in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Plus, instantly unlock 9 acquisitions in Modern Warfare Zombies. Don't miss out. Pre-order now. Big call to action. It's a big button that stands out. Pre-order now. It tells you exactly what it wants you to do. It's colourful. It stands out. It's not hard to miss. It's a very clear instruction. Pre-order. Click this button. Then what it does is there's a little line break here, and it will give you a lower commitment call to action. Now, this is a high commitment call to action because it wants you to pre-order. It wants you to make a purchase. If you're not quite ready to make a purchase and this isn't enough incentive for you to make a purchase, then what you need to do is you need to warm that lead up. You need to warm them up with something that's lower commitment. Get your head in the game. See what awaits in Black Ops 6 in the latest gameplay trailer. Right, if you're not convinced enough by this to pre-order, then maybe if you watch our amazing trailer, that might convince you to pre-order the game because the trailer's amazing. Watch now. It's low commitment. You don't have to pay anything. You're just watching a video. And then the final section of the email, unlock the Vault. Upgrade to the Vault Edition and get the Hunters vs. Hunted Operator Pack, the Mastercraft Weapon Collection, and Black Cell 1 Season, which includes Battle Pass, blah, 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 unlock it all. So this is a higher commitment option. So what you will start with is you will start with a basic commitment option, which is the pre-order, so purchasing the product. You will then offer them a lower commitment call to action, which is designed to further, It's designed to further convince them to purchase this product. And then once this second commitment has convinced them to purchase the product, you will then hit them with a third commitment, which is a higher commitment. They've come back to the email, they've watched the trailer, they've come back, right, I am ready to buy. Hang on a minute, I get even more upgrades, even more rewards if I get the Vault Edition. Well, I'm already going to pre-order it, and I'm already going to get the basic edition, so I might as well pay a few extra quid for the Vault Edition. I mean, why not? Why not get all this extra stuff? That's what it does. So the main takeaways I want you to take away from this specific email is the way it looks. That is the whole idea of a brand attribute email, just highlighting brand attributes by making the email look pretty. It sounds ridiculous, but that is literally what a brand email is. This would not have anywhere near the same effect that it has had if it weren't for the videos and the images and the big colourful call to actions and the big standout headlines. If this was written normally, so I'll tell you what, I'll even show you. Let's do it. Let's do it real quick. As quick as I can, so I don't bore you. If I sent you that in an email, do you think that'd convince you to click any of them links? Instantly unlock rewards when you pre-order. Unlock the Reflect 115 camo pack. Pre-order Black Ops 6 and instantly unlock Woods Operator. Get your head in the game. Black Ops 6 Trail. Come on. If I sent you that in an email, that would not convert. Wouldn't convert. You might get the odd person that's obsessed with Black Ops 6 and has already made the decision to purchase the game before they've even received this email. They might click, but everyone else, no. So what looks better, this or that? And that is the difference between a brand email and just a standard email that you're going to write. And it's the way it looks. And that's what highlighting brand attributes is all about. It's all about using images, font sizes, just all that sort of stuff to make it pop. And that is what makes these emails convert as opposed to the actual contents of the copy. So that can fuck off now. Let's get straight into lesson 2, which is building a brand attribute email. Let's actually teach you how to build it. So I've got a specific way that I build brand attribute emails. Not everyone's the same. It's not the same as the Call of Duty email that you just saw. I do it differently. Again, you can create your own type of design. You can follow your own patterns for what you like to do with brand emails. This is just what I personally like to do with my brand emails when I write them. So in the real world, your client will tell you exactly what they want you to promote. Oh my God, I'm dying. New deals, special offers, latest releases, etc. In practice, however, you're going to have to use your initiative and make up your own. That is just, again, you're practicing. This is teaching you how to write copy. When you actually write for a client, they're just going to give you all the resources. They're going to give you the images. They're going to tell you what products that they want you to highlight. They're going to tell you the prices. They're going to tell you any special offers that are available. They're going to give you all that information. When you're practicing, you just have to make it up. Just use your initiative, go on the internet, pick a product that you like, find some pictures of whatever that product is. That's how you're going to have to do it when you're practicing. But when you're writing for a client, don't worry about that because they'll just give you everything that you need. So step 1, the first thing you need to do when practicing brand copy is to pick a product to highlight. Try to focus on material objects since these are easier to highlight in brand emails. Once you've done that, research images and products that you can collect for the brand email. Forget that let's do it together bit. Again, similar to the last video, I was supposed to sit here and do it all with you, but I can't deliver a lesson and write copy at the same time, so I'm just going to show you the end result. So step 2, now that you have your images, you've got everything collected, you've got everything together, you're ready to start writing the brand copy. I personally like to start with the brand logo at the top, like the Call of Duty email. So Call of Duty Black Ops 6, whatever brand you're writing for, it'll just be at the top in the header. Followed by a large standout image with an eye-catching headline underneath. Make sure to use the brand's fonts as well when you're writing the email. Again, you'll have to research what the brand's fonts are when you're practicing, but when you're writing for a client, they'll just tell you what fonts they use. So just make sure that you use the brand's fonts when you're writing these brand emails. Now, for the large standout image, I like to choose some sort of banner. And this banner usually has some sort of discount on it. So there'll be a picture of the one of the products or a picture of something within the brand in this banner, and then some text in the banner that will say 25% Christmas Black Friday discount or something like that. And again, the standout eye-catching headline, unlock rewards by pre-ordering now, similar to the Call of Duty one. Step 3, you need to write the body content. This should be a short paragraph describing the product or the deal. Make sure to talk in the brand's voice, replicate their tone and vocabulary to resonate with their audience, and include a mild sense of urgency in this paragraph. Words like now and fast are acceptable. It's not mandatory that you do this, but again, words like now and fast to create a little bit of urgency, that is completely acceptable to use. And step 4, the final step, is just adding your links. Add your links to the email, and these tend to be images, so use the images that you've collected. You've written the copy, you've written your headline, you've added some more images at the top, and then you've got your product images. All you're going to do is just add those product images to the email and include your links to those images. That's it. So let me just show you a quick example of a brand email that I wrote for Rolex. Now, I didn't write this for a client. I wish I was writing for Rolex. I would be a very, very rich man if I were. But this is a practice brand email that I wrote for Rolex. So as you can see, we start off at the top with the brand logo. Underneath, we can see the banner that I mentioned. So it's just a large image that stands out. It shows one of the products available within the brand, and then there's some sort of text within that banner. And it's usually something like a discount. I've just realised as well, and I'm absolutely fuming, and I really apologise to you all. I'm recording in 1080p, and there's no way I'm re-recording this video, so you're just going to have to deal with 1080p rather than 4K. Sorry. Anyway, you need to start off with a standout headline using the brand's fonts. Now, I could not be bothered looking for the brand's fonts. I just kind of guessed and picked one that kind of looked similar to this. And the headline that I chose to go for was "Add elegance and style to your wrist." Very simple. That's what you're going to get for purchasing this product. You're going to add elegance and style to your wrist. For the body content, fellow stylists, to celebrate our 100th anniversary, we're offering a limited time special offer on selected products. Assert your authority with our high-grade wristwatches, adding a touch of sophistication to your apparel. You're talking in the brand's voice. That's going to resonate more with the audience. Rolex, the guys are posh, right? It's a very expensive watch, so you need to use some sort of sophisticated language to resonate with the audience members and make them feel like they're special. Even if they're like me, even if they're a scrubber from Burnley, when you go on to Rolex and you buy yourself a £6,000 Rolex watch, it makes you feel posh, it makes you feel elegant. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make the audience feel that kind of way so that they will go on to make a purchase. And then all you do is you add your links. You've got the GMT Master 2, the Oyster Datejust 36, the Submariner 420. They can choose, you've got some nice fancy images. And then same as the Black Ops 6 email, you can add a line break and then a lower commitment option. Discover our latest features, and then it could be a link to a video which shows off the latest watch and breaks it down, and some sort of trailer for the new Rolex watch. And then underneath, you could add another line break underneath, and that line break could then be, I don't know, something like sign up to our newsletter to receive the latest deals and discounts so you never miss your chance to get a Rolex watch at the same price as an Armani watch. I don't know. Something like that. But that is the basic concept of a brand email that highlights brand attributes. So now you know how to write an email that highlights brand attributes. The next type of brand copy is a value email, or just value copy, like I've mentioned in one of the previous lessons. If you haven't seen them, go and watch them. But like I mentioned in one of the previous lessons, there is no such thing as email copywriting, social media copywriting. There's either direct response, brand, or SEO. That is it. It's just wherever you decide to put that type of copy. So the third type of brand copy is creating value. We're using emails as examples because they're just easy to write and everyone understands emails. That's what everyone's teaching. So these are the things that can help you understand the process of writing copy better. So a value email is an informational piece of content that provides free value to the reader. This builds authority and trust within the brand and helps warm up leads for potential sales later down the line. We'll get to this in advanced copywriting, which is the next video that's coming out next Monday. For your call to actions, it's important with this type of copy that you do not try to sell the reader. If you're including CTAs, they must be very light and completely optional. Do not add any sort of urgency whatsoever. These are optional call to actions. The best approach when using a call to action in this type of copy would be to redirect the reader to something that expands on the information you're already giving them in the value email. That way, anyone who clicks the link is showing clear interest in the topic that you are informing them about, and therefore this qualifies leads to enter the next stage of engagement and then start receiving the next type of copy that you're going to write to try and push for an eventual sale. Again, we'll get to all that in the advanced copywriting video, which is coming out next Monday. For now, I'm going to show you an example of a value email. Now, this is an email that's going to be going out to my email list. I should have sent it ages ago, but I still haven't. But this is an example of a value email. Sign clients faster by doing this. Really simple. Do you want to sign clients faster? I'm actually asking you. Do you want to sign a client faster? Yeah, you do. You don't deny it. That's why you're watching this video. You want to be a copywriter. You want to make money. Sign clients faster. I went from $0 to $15,000 in 2 months using this method. I released my outreach method a few months ago and I've had mixed responses from you all. Some guys have seen a rapid amount of success with this strategy and others have been struggling to utilize it correctly. I'm here to clear that up so you can blitz this outreach method and sign your first client fast, just like Oliver did. So what I've done here is I've immediately addressed predispositions within the audience, right? Now, this email is targeting members of my audience that are relatively aware of what it is that I've done. What that means is most of the people on my email list have subscribed to my email list through YouTube, and therefore the majority of my views came from one video. And that one video was the outreach method, because that got the most views. So the majority of people on my email list are going to be aware of the outreach method that I posted to my channel, and therefore this email is targeting them. So what it's doing is it's addressing a predisposition, and that is, well, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The outreach method doesn't work. Well, guess what? I'm here to clear that up because you're doing something wrong, and I'm going to show you what you're doing wrong. How can I prove that it does work and it's you that's the problem? Because Oliver did it and it worked for him. Include testimonials. This is a message that I received off some dude called Oliver on School. He must have seen my YouTube video on School. I posted a lead magnet on School and said, listen, I've got this new outreach method. Do you all want to see it? Check it out. I had a lot of engagement come from School, and this was obviously one of them. And he messaged me, he said, yo, Cav, I just want to say a massive thank you for the outreach method. I've been using it for about a week, and I've got a ton of replies. I just landed my first sales call next week. Wish me luck. And then he took a picture of the call that he had booked and sent it to me. That is an amazing testimonial. So, Oliver, if you're watching this video, thank you so much. That's an incredible testimonial for me to use. Proof. It's social proof. The thing that I am trying to sell you or show you works. The outreach method works. Here's the proof. It's not working for you. Let me clear it up because you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. This guy's doing it right. Look, it works. Bish, bash, bosh. Social proof, very important because it builds authority and builds trust that, right, it actually works. And addressing predispositions, let me clear things up for you. Let me explain it more in depth. And then you just don't fully explain it. You make them click a link to find out all the information, which I'll explain. So let's walk you through the process step by step. Stage 1. Optimizing your ads. The first thing you need to do is optimize your ads by turning on your ad preferences on social media, signing into the correct Google account on your search engine, then researching copywriting agencies so that Google can store your data and show you ads based on your search history. You can watch my tutorial on how to do this here. Call to action. When you're writing a value email, you need to add, this is what I tend to do, you don't have to do this, but this is what I personally prefer to do. You need to add multiple call to actions all the way through it. Because what you're doing in a value email is you're giving away free information. And whatever it is that your call to action is, whatever action you want that person to take, that generally should lead to more information on whatever it is that you're giving away information for. In this case, I'm giving away information about the outreach method that people have tried to use and it's not working. So now I've explained stage 1, optimize your ads, sign into the correct Google account and turn on your ad preferences so that Google stores your data and shows you the correct ads based on your search history. Right, you've told me how to do it, but I need visualization. How do you actually do that? Like, it's all good saying that and writing it, but how do you actually do it? Well, watch my video and I'll show you how to do it. Click this link. Bang, call to action. Completely optional. They've already got the information there. That's all the information they need. They don't need any more than that. There's no additional steps that I haven't added to the email. It's all there, all the information's there. But if they just want to hear it again, then click this link. That's the idea of a value email. So stage 2, locating the ads. To locate the ads and find the prospects, you have to sit and scroll until you find them. There's no other way to do it. Be patient. I like to address some commonly asked questions. Now, again, I'm addressing more predispositions and concerns. Very important with a value email. People are going to be skeptical about everything that you write, and you have to build as much trust and as much authority as possible. That is the whole point of brand emails. It's to build trust and build authority. You build trust and build authority by addressing predispositions and reassuring concerns. Fire in. Stage 2, locate the ads. Just sit and scroll, no other way to do it, be patient. Let's address some commonly asked questions. What social media should I use to find the ads? Facebook or Instagram? Facebook tends to get more engagement in the comment section. I've followed all the steps, but I'm not seeing the ads. Why isn't it working? You either haven't done enough research for Google to collect, or the account you're signed into on Google is different to the account you use for social media. You can see how to sign into the correct Google account here, another call to action. What that means is, and I've explained it already in the outreach method, and there will be another outreach method, the updated version and the clearer, more expanded on version of the outreach method at the end of this 6-part series, where I'll be showing you 2 outreach methods, the one that I've already showed you, and expanding on it, making it more clear and demonstrating how it works, and then another one, which is even better than that one, but we'll get to that shortly. Hold your horses. Cav, I've sent 100 outreach, but no one is responding. Is this normal? Yes, this is normal. Like any other outreach method, you will still be ignored by most people you reach out to. What makes this outreach method great is the time it takes you to send 100 outreach is the same time it takes to send 10 traditional outreach. You can mass outreach without reducing the quality of your pitch, since these prospects are already interested to start with. This is also important because you're addressing a problem. You're addressing a problem that is associated with whatever it is that you're trying to sell. In this case, I'm not selling anything, I'm giving away information. But in this case, say I was trying to sell this outreach method. You're addressing a problem with the method. And what that does is it also builds even more trust. It builds even more authority because you're saying, listen, it's not perfect, but it's still better than everything else. That is it. It's not perfect, but it's better than everything else. So you can either use everything else, which is also not perfect, but less perfect than this, or you can use this, which is still not perfect, but a lot better than everything else. That's basically what you're doing there. It's building a trust, it's building authority, and again, it's addressing more predispositions. I've sent 100 outreach, but no one's responding. Is that fucking normal? Yes. Exactly the same as traditional outreach. Exactly the same as messaging fitness influencers on Instagram. You're going to send 100 outreach, and you might get a few replies. You might get no replies. You might send 200 outreach and only get a couple of replies. That is normal. There is no set pattern to the amount of responses that you're going to get from sending outreach. The fact of the matter is, you're going to send a lot of outreach and get very little replies. The good thing about this outreach method, though, is when you're sending 10 traditional outreach to fitness influencers, you're going on their page, you're looking at what they do, you have to check if they've got a product to sell or a course to sell or something to sell. Then you've got to think of a value email that you need to send them. And then you've got to write the value email, which takes you about 25 minutes because you're shit at writing copy. Then you've got to send them a shitty compliment. Then you've got to wait for them to reply, which might take 3 days if they ever do reply. Then you've got to send them a value email. Then they ignore you because they've immediately realised that, oh, your compliment didn't mean anything. It was just a pitch to get me to reply to you. And then that's it. It's fucked. It's gone. This, you just copy and paste. It works. These guys are already interested. They're not going to be turned away by you pitching them because that's what they want. They want you to pitch them. They want this service. Fitness influencers don't want that service, so they don't give a shit. Which is why it takes so much longer. Now, yes, you might send 100 outreach to fitness influencers and get one prospect that is still interested after your value email. The difference is, to send 100 outreach traditionally to fitness influencers it would take you 10 days, 10 outreach a day, if you're doing it properly, that is. With this, you can send 100 outreach in an hour because you just copy and paste. And all these prospects are already qualified. That is the key word here, qualified. I'm getting too much into this. This is about brand copy. I'm going to break it all down in the next video. I'm losing my train of thought, but once we get to that video, I'll explain why the outreach method is so much more effective. Bruh, my God, I completely lost my train of thought there. Anyway, back to the brand email. Stage 3, mass outreach. Now you need to start pumping out outreach to all the prospects in the comment section of the ads you found, and you can follow a copy and paste method that I've used to sign over 15 clients. Hi X, I noticed you recently commented on a marketing ad on X. Do you still need help marketing your business? Those marketing agencies don't always deliver results. So let me know if you're interested. I'd be happy to help. Copy and paste this message to everyone in the comment section and you will get a bite. Stage 4, closing the clients. Once you get a reply, you need to do some digging into their business, their problems and their goals. Do your own research and identify some reasons why they're not performing. Don't fly in with direct response immediately. Ask them what they need help with and where they're struggling. Once they give you this information, you can build emotion by describing their problems and propose potential solutions for those problems. Once they seem interested, hit them with the call to action. Free for a 5-minute chat. And now you wait for the sales call and do your thing. If you're anything like me, you'll net yourself a solid 12 grand within 2 months of using this trick. But if you struggle to close your sales calls, then watch this video and that will be a link to a sales video. So again, we could just do this for now. Watch this video and then that could be another YouTube video where I show you how to close a sales call. And then finally, one last bit of testimonial. Gross volume, 11 grand in the 13th of June to the 10th of July, 5 grand from the 16th of May. So I've got a 155% increase. So I made 5 grand in May or June and 12 grand in July. Hope this helps. You can be the same. Testimonials. That is a value email. Give away the value, explain the method, add some call to actions, address predispositions, provide social proof, bish bash bosh, value email. That's how they work. That's a good value email. Lesson 4, comparison copy. So comparison copy is all about comparing your product to your competitor's product. The key points you need to take away is that you need to use storytelling to hide your intentions. That is the point of comparison copy. You just fly in and start comparing your product to another product. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Just take my word for it, it just doesn't work. Use storytelling to hide your intentions, to hide what it is that you're actually trying to do with the email. Don't directly name any of your competitors and bullet point the negatives of other competitive products without naming competitors. That is very important. And use a well-placed call to action at the end of the email that does not build urgency, same as everything else. So I'm just going to show you another example of a comparison email, and this one's going to be releasing soon as well, very soon to you lot. Subject line, how to build a shitty-ass community for your shitty-ass fans. Body, this is where the storytelling comes into it straight away. I read a comment the other day asking me to start my own copywriting community, so I brought up the idea of a good friend of mine and this was his response. Everyone is building shitty-ass communities these days, bro. I wouldn't waste your time. And it got me thinking, what did I need when I first started copywriting and what didn't I get even after purchasing a course? This one line of thought started twisting the cogs of creativity inside my head, and I narrowed down what there is and what there could be. If I were going to build a shitty-ass community, then what would I need? A lazy, inactive admin, me, that doesn't respond to community members. A random person running the community in the admin's place. A lack of incentive for engagement and progression, leading to dead channels and inactive members. Unclear directions or instructions that don't actually help. Overpriced, low-quality paid content being stuffed down members' throats. Outdated and incorrect information being released into the community. Regular motivational content to keep members believing that the community is good when in reality it's shitty. Fuck, being that fake and sleazy sounds like more effort than it's actually worth. Maybe I'll never be able to build a shitty-ass community like everyone else. Or maybe, just maybe, I could try building a community. Oh my God. Fire alarm. Or maybe, just maybe, I could try building a community that doesn't include all the sleazy, lazy, low quality bullshit. Yeah, That sounds like a good idea. Begins building community. Finished. Do you mind telling me how it looks? Call to action to the community. That's a comparison email. That is comparison brand copy. What I've done is I've used storytelling to transition into slagging off my competition. I read a comment the other day, blah, 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 blah. Everyone's building shitty communities. Wouldn't waste your time. And it got me thinking, what did I need? And what didn't I get? If I were going to build a shitty community, what would I need? A lazy, inactive admin that doesn't respond to community members. Sound familiar? Just saying. A random person running the community in the admin's place. Sound familiar? A lack of incentive for engagement and progression, leading to dead channels and inactive members. Sound familiar? Unclear directions or instructions that don't actually help. Sound familiar? Overpriced, low-quality paid content being stuffed down members' throats. Sound familiar? Outdated or incorrect information being released to the community. They actually do a good job at pretending it's good information, so you guys, that wouldn't sound familiar to you because you all think that it's good information, but no, it's not. It's outdated, it's incorrect, it's shit. And regular motivational content to keep members believing that the community is good when in reality it's shitty. Keep working hard. Keep sending outreach. If you're not getting a client, then you're not sending enough outreach. No, you just haven't taught them how to write good copy, and so no one's interested. They're sending enough outreach, just no one wants to hire them because they're shit. Because you haven't fucking taught them right. Fuck. Being that fake and that sleazy sounds like more effort than it's worth. Maybe I'll never be able to build a shitty-ass community like everyone else, or maybe I could try building a community that doesn't include all the sleazy, lazy, low-quality bullshit. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Mind telling me how it looks? That builds intrigue. So all I've done is I have highlighted the negatives of my competition, and I haven't even mentioned the positives of mine. Check it out yourself. Click the link. You want to see how mine looks? Check it out. Do you mind telling me how it looks? Bang. That link will be a direct invite link, and immediately will be just an invite to the community. So that's an immediate member to the community. Powerful, powerful call to action. How many of you are intrigued by that? If you're not, I don't care. Go away. You're just being salty. This is a problem, right? This is a problem. I got told to build my own community. Someone commented, I don't know who you are. If you're watching this video, leave a comment down below and tell me that it was you. Any of you, I don't have a lot of videos on my channel at this moment in time, so go back, you'll see the comment somewhere. I don't get a lot of comments on my videos. So someone said, build a community. And I actually brought it up. It's a true story. I brought it up and I said, should we do it? Should we build a community? And he said, no, everyone's fucking doing it. And it got me thinking, well, yeah, I'm a part of a couple of those communities and they're all shit. All of them are shit. So you're telling me that there's no point building a community? Well, there is, because all the others are shit. So we could just build a good one. Ah. Ping, 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 light bulb. Light bulb in the head. So guess what? Highlight why everyone else is shit, and then just don't tell them why yours is good. Just say, do you want to have a look? Go ahead. It's up to you. Again, it's a brand email. Brand emails are not designed to get a direct response. You can click if you want. If you don't want to click, don't click. Simple as that. So, with that being said, in the next video, we're going to take a deep dive into advanced copywriting and marketing techniques. This is the one that you don't want to miss. This is the video that will be the difference between you succeeding as a copywriter and failing. I've taught you the basic copywriting techniques now. Now I'm going to teach you the advanced stuff, the stuff that is actually going to make you convert as a copywriter, the really advanced stuff. Check the description to sign up to my newsletter and follow my socials, blah, blah, blah. If you want to receive this email at some point in the next maybe week, 2 weeks tops, and join our free community, which like I've said, does not contain any of this. I'm not going to tell you what it does contain, but I'm telling you that it definitely doesn't contain that. If you want to receive this email and become one of the first members of my free community, go to the description, sign up to my newsletter. You will get this email, and this link will not be Google. It will be an invite link to my community. That is totally optional, though. If you want to receive other value emails as well, I know I've taught you the sales techniques behind value emails, but at the end of the day, value emails are still designed to provide value. If you're creating an email that is disguised as a value email but doesn't actually release any value, that is wrong. That is not how you're supposed to do it. You are actually supposed to release all the information in the email. But again, with an email, there's only so much content that you can put into an email. Therefore, you include links to additional information. Lesson 1, let's talk about the 5 stages of awareness. So understanding the basics is enough to get you your first client. Retaining that client after you close them, however, is a whole different kettle of fish. This course will teach you how to perform as a copywriter, bringing good results and retaining your clients so that you can continue to upscale after you close them. Not only that, you'll get referrals from your clients. They'll say, this guy's done good work. They'll tell their friends will hire you, then their friends will hire you, and then bang, 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 bang. When you do good work as a copywriter, you will get more work as a copywriter. That is what is going to make you successful. And understanding everything in this video is essential to actually making you a good copywriter and succeeding and starting to make 10 grand a month as a copywriter. So the 5 stages of awareness. You've got the first stage of awareness, which is unaware. These prospects are unaware of a problem, solution, or product. Second stage of awareness is problem aware. These prospects are aware of a problem they have, but they aren't yet looking for a solution. Solution aware. These prospects are aware of a problem and researching potential solutions to that problem. Product aware. These prospects are aware of your product as a potential solution to their problem. And most aware, these prospects have a high level of understanding about your product, its mechanisms, and its features, and its benefits. So let me break it down for you. Unaware prospects are people that have absolutely no idea what your brand is about. They've got no idea the product that you're trying to sell. They've got no idea that they have a problem. And they have no idea that your product solves a problem that they potentially have because they don't know they've got that problem. This accounts for 60% of the people that are going to be receiving your emails, which is why, as I've mentioned in previous lessons, brand copy is so important because it makes people aware. It makes them aware that, yes, they do have a problem. So problem-aware prospects are aware of a problem, but they're not yet looking for a solution. These are people who, for example, fitness. Again, if you've not watched my previous videos or you don't know who I am, I've got beef with people who write emails for fitness and people that tell you to reach out to fitness influencers. Don't do it. I use them as examples because it's the easiest thing to think of off of the top of my head. So just use this as an example. Don't use it as fact. Take fitness for example. A problem-aware prospect in the fitness niche would be someone who is heavily overweight. Anyone that is heavily overweight knows that they've got a problem. They're overweight. Therefore, they are problem aware, but they're not yet looking for a solution. Solution-aware prospects are prospects that are aware of a problem and researching potential solutions. These are guys that are engaging with the content that you are releasing on your email list, for example. So if you're releasing brand emails, highlighting brand attributes or creating value, giving people free information on how they can lose weight, they're researching these potential solutions because they're opening and reading your emails. They are interested in these potential solutions that could help them lose weight. And then you've got product-aware prospects. These are guys who understand that your product is a potential solution to their problem. You can identify these guys by tracking their engagement with your emails. So if you're sending out brand attribute emails or free value emails, and these guys are engaging with those emails, not just opening them, engaging with them, as in clicking these emails, this is a strong indicator that these prospects are product aware. They're aware of your product and they're aware of what it does and they're aware that it is a potential solution to their problem. What these guys are doing is if they've not made a purchase yet, they are either not yet 100% convinced, which is why you will start hitting them with direct response, or they're researching other brands to see which one is the best potential fit for them. And then most aware, these are mainly people who are repeat buyers. So Rolex, we'll go back to Rolex, for example. Most aware prospects are people who have already purchased a Rolex before. So they know the brand, they know the product mechanisms, they know the features of the product, they understand its benefits. They are most aware because they've got one of your products. So the type of copy that you need to target unaware prospects with is something that simply makes them aware. This can be literally any brand email whatsoever. And as long as they open that brand email, they are now aware. That is it. That is how you identify someone who is now problem aware. How it works is when you send out an email, any email, whether it's creating value or highlighting brand attributes, you are making it clear that you have a product for that prospect. You're making it clear that you have information that prospect could use. So if you're providing free value, as in, say, for example, one of the value emails that I showed you in the previous videos where I explained how to do the outreach method, I haven't specifically said, you've got a problem, you can't get a client, you're doing this, you're doing that. I haven't tried building emotion. I haven't, used hard direct response selling techniques to say, you've tried the outreach methods and nothing's worked. You've been doing it for 2 months, sending 100 outreach a day. Your sweat patches under your armpits are leaking into your trousers because you're sending so much outreach and you can't do it. That is not the only way to identify a problem. Identifying a problem is simply providing them information and making them subconsciously think, yeah, that information is useful. Example of this, fitness. You send an email out to someone, a free value brand email, and that free value brand email gives them some recipes for healthy meals that taste good. Someone's fat, they get an email for healthy meals and they think, well, yeah, I don't eat the best. So yeah, this is quite good. They're not aware of a problem. They don't eat the best. Even if they're not fat, they might not eat the best. Like me, I'm not skinny, I'm not muscly, I'm not hench. I am flabby, but I'm not fat. So if someone sent me an email with a list of recipes for enjoyable meals that are low calorie and beneficial and tasty and cheap and whatever, I would immediately think, right, that's good. I don't eat the best. I've constantly got diarrhea. I'm flabby. You can see my tits through my t-shirts. I've got a bloated belly. That's quite good. Is that I might actually start using these recipes because yeah, I don't eat the best. That is how you have now made them problem aware. You don't need to fire in with direct response techniques to make someone aware of a problem. It doesn't always work because using those techniques should be used here when they're product aware, because you're going to build emotion. You're going to use those problems to build emotion and get a response. At this point, just give them some information and let them subconsciously think, yeah, that's good information and I need that. They will have that subconscious thought in the back of their mind and it will automatically make them problem aware. So going back to the emails that you send out, any brand email whatsoever, whether it's highlighting brand attributes, value emails, as long as they open that email, they will move on to the next stage of awareness. They're problem aware. For problem aware guys, now they're not looking for solutions, so now it's your job to convince them that solutions exist. And this is where value emails become exceptionally more useful. You will send value emails giving them free information on how they can potentially solve this problem. So clients, for example, you're struggling to get clients, well, use this outreach method. This is how you do it. These are the steps, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and just include links all the way through. If you want more information on this particular step, then click this link. What will happen is everyone that engages with that email is now solution aware because they are researching potential solutions. They are researching potential solutions to their problem because they have engaged with your emails. Now, sending a brand attribute email to the solution stage of awareness is how you push them to the product aware stage of awareness. Because when you are sending a brand attribute email to a prospect, you're not giving away free value, you're not doing any sort of comparison copy. You are literally just highlighting products that your brand has without any sort of psychological copywriting techniques. It's literally just a few pictures of products. This will work because you've already done the job here. You've already started convincing them with this email, this email, and this email. So they're already semi-convinced at this point. They're already researching potential solutions. So all you need to do is put those solutions on a silver platter for them. And once they engage with those emails, the brand attribute email, now they're product aware. They're aware of the product. They know that your product is a potential solution. And that is when you hit them with direct response. Now, going more advanced, again, it is up to you. There is no right or wrong answer for this. It is up to you to use your initiative. But for product-aware prospects, there's two roads you can go down. And you can do A/B testing. You can create 2 different segments and send emails to both segments and see which one gets the best results. But there's 2 different roads that you can go down depending on the product or service that you are trying to promote. You can either send them a comparison brand email, which compares your product to other products, like I explained in the last video, or you can send a hard direct response email. We're going to get into advanced direct response later in this video, so relax. You can use building emotion from the last video, or you can use the techniques that I'm going to show you later on in this video. Those are the 2 ways that you can approach the product-aware stage of awareness. And the reason they are effective is because these guys are aware of your product as a potential solution, right? But they haven't bought it yet. Why have they not bought it? Because they're considering other options. They're considering other options, and therefore you need to convince them that your product is the right option for them. And the way you do that is with a comparison brand email or a comparison brand copy. Compare your product to everyone else's, or just highlight the negatives of everyone else's. Like I showed you in the last video, there's a bunch of different ways you can go about it. Or just hit them with direct response and make them feel like, right, you know our product can solve your problem. You've got 30 seconds to click this link, or else you'll never solve your problem ever again. Those 2 methods both work just as well as each other in this stage of awareness. Simple as that. And for most aware, then you revert back to ordinary brand copy, value, and brand attributes. Because these guys have already purchased the product. So they're either going to like it or they're not going to like it. If they don't like it, then it's very highly likely they'll just unsubscribe from your newsletter and leave you a bad review. That's not your problem. You're not the client, you're just the copywriter. So you will target most aware prospects with brand copy, brand attribute emails, and free value. Some additional free value that you can give to these guys is loyalty rewards. Rewards for returning and buying more stuff. We'll get to that in the next slide though, but that is the basic consensus of the different stages of awareness. Now, that ties in directly to the 5 stages of engagement. The difference between these 2 funnels though is understanding what stage of the buyer's journey your prospect is in, as opposed to just understanding their level of awareness. So the 5 stages of engagement go as follows. The awareness stage, these prospects are generally considered unaware and have little to no engagement with the brand. However, in this stage of engagement, they could be any stage of awareness. They could be most aware, they could be product aware, but they're still in the first stage of engagement. Now, there's ways to monitor this. There's ways to monitor this in a sense that, say you build a sales page, for example. You can track metrics on a sales page to see how long someone has stayed on that page, right? Someone could read all the way to the bottom of your sales page, and I'll teach you basic sales techniques for sales pages later on in this video as well. But one of the techniques that you use in a sales page is, after absolutely every possible technique that you could have used in that sales page, if they still haven't clicked through, you give them a low commitment offer. And that low commitment offer could be something like signing up to a newsletter. So anyone that signs up to your newsletter via that unique link on your sales page is 100% product aware. But you can't track that through your email softwares because they haven't engaged with any of your emails. Okay? I hope that makes sense. So they are still in the first stage of engagement because they've only just signed up to the newsletter. They've only just signed up to the newsletter, but you can identify what stage of engagement they're in or what stage of awareness they're in based off of where they signed up from. So if they signed up from a sales page and the only call to action to a newsletter sign up is right at the bottom after you've given them all the information on your brand and your products, you can confidently say that that prospect is more than likely product aware. Because they're product aware, they're still in the first stage of awareness because they haven't engaged with anything. They might be aware, but they haven't engaged, so they're still in the first stage of engagement. I hope I've made that somewhat make sense. The second stage of engagement is the interest stage. So these prospects are considered problem aware and have engaged with the brand recently. You do all the same things that I just told you in the previous slide, but treat interest, consideration, conversion, and loyalty as problem, solution, product, and most. Exactly the same. If you need to go back and take notes, go back and take some notes. Interest stage is problem aware. If they're problem aware, give them links to solutions in value emails. So give them free value. Then give them links to more information to make them solution aware. They're getting more information. Consideration, now they're solution aware. They're researching solutions. Give them links to products or send them product emails. Once they engage with product emails, they're product aware, so they're in the conversion stage. They've entered the conversion stage of engagement because they've clicked through on a brand attribute email and visited a product page, maybe even a checkout page. You can also check those metrics as well for cart activity. Speak to your client about that. They'll tell you how to do it. I'm not going to explain it all here. I literally just ask my client about cart activity and they send me all the information over. Now, loyalty stage, repeat buyers. Again, your client's newsletter will be linked to their website. And so you can just set up a trigger on one of your automations which says repeat buyers, or set up an automation for post-purchase, like a post-purchase email sequence. You set up a post-purchase email sequence, maybe add a survey for what you thought of the product, and then attach a custom field to that survey. And then every prospect in that newsletter or in that email list that is associated with a custom field that you have attached to a post-purchase email sequence, you know that they're most aware, you know that they're in the loyalty stage because they've already purchased the product before. I might make a video going through email softwares and stuff at some point. Right now, I'm just teaching you the copywriting side of things. So to identify these stages of engagement, these guys have engaged with the brand recently. This means that they have opened a recent email, either a value email, brand attribute email, whatever. They've opened it, but they've not necessarily clicked through. Or they haven't clicked through. If they've clicked through on any of your emails, then they're going to be in one of these stages. If they've opened the emails, though, then they're more than likely product aware, because you're sending the emails to these guys to make them problem aware. And when they open those emails, that makes them problem aware. Understand? If they then click through those emails, they're solution aware. Or depending on the email, if it's a brand attribute email, they're now product aware because they've clicked through on the product. That make sense? I hope it does. So same thing again, solution aware, they've engaged with the brand regularly and recently and clicked through on free value emails. Product aware, they've engaged with the brand recently and they've engaged with product specific content with the brand. So they've opened brand attribute emails, they've clicked through on a specific product and visited a product page. And then loyalty, same thing. So one more time. Any brand email you send to the awareness stage. Free value emails you send to the interest stage. Build authority, build trust. Brand attribute emails you send to the consideration stage. Either brand attribute or comparison brand copy. Conversion stage, either comparison brand copy or direct response copy. Loyalty stage, back to free value and brand attribute emails. And include loyalty offers. As one of our trusted customers, as one of our respected customers, we're offering you a 15% discount on your next purchase as a thank you for purchasing with Royal Air Force One, whatever. Give people incentive to stay loyal to the brand and return as return buyers. Understanding this is so important because if you send a direct response email to someone that's unaware, not going to convert. If you send a free value email to someone that's product aware, on something that they're already aware of, it's not going to convert. If you send a highlighting brand attribute email to someone that's problem aware, they're not aware of solutions, they're not interested in your product, they're not going to open it, it's not going to convert. It's very important that you send the correct type of copy to the correct stage of engagement. That way, you're going to get the highest engagements from your prospects, from your clients' prospects, the highest open rates, the highest click-through rates, and you're going to make them the most money. And therefore, when you're doing good work for your client, they're going to pay you more, they're going to refer you, you're going to get more clients, you're going to do good work for them, they're going to refer you, bish, bash, bosh, all of a sudden you're making 10 grand a month because you're a good copywriter. Important. So lesson 3, conducting effective research is what will make your copy convert. I briefly mentioned this in the previous course, in the previous videos, but now we're here ready to take a deeper dive. So identifying ICP. ICP stands for Ideal Client Profile, which translates to the language and vocabulary your client's audience responds to. You can identify your ICP by researching competitor content that has received a high level of engagement. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, whatever it is that your client does, research that niche, that brand on whatever social media and find something on any social media platform that's got a good response to it and a lot of engagement. And then just copy that. Copy the language that they use. This is very important. You're going to get clients that tell you, no, you're wrong, we don't speak like that. Now, if you identify your ideal client profile, and that ideal client profile is different to the brand voice that your client has been using, then you need to tell them that. You need to put your foot down and say, listen, I'm the expert. You have hired me to convert more sales for you. Don't tell me that what I am doing here is wrong, because last time I checked, you hired me because you're doing it wrong. I am telling you, this is your ideal client profile, and this is the language and vocabulary that your client's audience responds to, or this is the language and vocabulary that your audience responds best to. Let me use it. Let me prove it. And then you will do it. And then it will convert. And then your client will love you. And then they'll apologize. Or maybe your client's a dick and he'll just carry on whittering in your ear, which I've had that before and I just flat stopped working with them. But identifying your ideal client profile is very important. It's all about resonating with the audience. I don't care who your client thinks he is. I don't care who your client thinks she is. I don't care what brand voice they want to use. I don't care how they want to appear. I don't care about any of that. The only thing you should be concerning yourself with is what your audience responds to. That is how you are going to see sales and success with your marketing techniques, by writing shit that your audience responds to. That is it. Using the correct target language. So go on YouTube, go on Instagram, go on TikTok. If you're writing for fitness, try and find someone that's selling a fitness course. Try and see the way they speak to their audience. If you're talking about copywriting, if you're a copywriter for a copywriter and you want to know what's working well, go on YouTube, see how these guys are talking, see how the audience responds to the vocabulary that these gurus use, and replicate that language. And when you replicate that language, it's going to convert more. That is it. That's the basic premise of it. So, brand research. There's a few things that you need to understand before writing your copy. Success stories within the brand. This is good for, again, building authority in value emails, brand attribute emails, whatever. Success stories can be used for testimonials and case studies and proof. So you need to know all that sort of stuff before you even start writing copy. Why the brand was founded. This is also important. You need to understand why the brand was founded, because then you will get the best understanding for the products associated with, for the problems associated with the brand, and how the brand aims to solve those problems. That's going to make your copywriting easier. It's going to make it easier for you. It's going to make it easier for your audience. It's going to make it easier for your client. Why was the brand founded? They'll tell you everything you need to know. If they tell you why they founded the brand, you will have all the information you need. The problems, the solutions. That is it. And then what separates them from their competitors? Get down to the nitty-gritty details. What is it that you offer that no one else is offering? Because then you can use that, you can leverage it. Comparison emails, free value emails, offer shit that other people aren't offering within that niche. That's stuff that you need to know. And then product research, mega important. I mentioned this in the direct response lesson that came out a couple of weeks ago. This is important for understanding the type of copy you want to use. What are the problems associated with the products that your client is selling? Pick a product, right? If he says, I want you to help me sell this particular product because it's not selling as well as everything else, right? What are the problems associated with that product? Can you spark an emotional connection with the audience using those problems that are associated with the product that you're trying to sell? And how apparent are the problems associated with the product? What this means is going back to what we talked about in part 2 of the copywriting course. We'll talk about a bottle of water. What are the problems associated with a bottle of water? Dry mouth, which I've got right now and I don't have a bottle of water on me. Dry mouth, reduced cognitive functions, and mood swings. Right. Can you spark an emotional connection? Yeah, probably could. Mood swings, lower cognitive functions, you're depressed, you're miserable, your wife's cheating on you, your kids don't like you. Emotional connection. Now, how apparent are the problems associated with the product? Right, how many people are going to be depressed? Probably quite a lot. And now there's one more that I need to add to there. Hang on. How apparent are the problems? And does the product solve the problem? Right, I'm just going to do that. So the final one is you need to ask yourself, does the product solve that problem? Let me try and explain as best I can. So, what are the problems? We're going to say reduced cognitive functions and mood swings. Can you spark an emotional connection? Yes. Reduced cognitive function and mood swings can lead to depression, which then leads to your wife cheating on you and your kids don't like you. Emotional connection. How apparent are the problems associated with the product? If we're being specific on the product, not apparent. Because depression is not associated with a bottle of water. Which leads me to this. Does the product solve the problem? No. A bottle of water does not solve the problem of depression. It can improve your cognitive functions and maybe reduce mood swings, but people are depressed for a number of reasons. You might have lost your job. You might have been outreaching for 2 months and not got a client. You might be working a 9 to 5 and you're too lazy to learn about copywriting. You're depressed, right? Everyone hates you. If I give you a bottle of water, that's not going to solve that problem for you. Therefore, when you spend all your time building emotion on this product before you reveal, building emotion on this problem before you reveal the product, then when it comes to you actually revealing that product, all the trust, all the authority, all the emotion that you have built in the first stage of your email will be lost. If I sat there and someone said, you're depressed, your wife's cheating on you, your kids don't like you anymore, you can't be arsed going to work, you're miserable, you're this, you're that, and I resonated with all of that, and it put me in an emotional state as to where I was thinking, oh my God, what is it? How can you help me? Please, God, help me. And then this guy turned around and said, here's a bottle of water that'll improve your life. Instantly, you are going to lose that potential customer forever. They're going to think, I cannot believe I've just sat there and read that entire fucking email for a bottle of water. Fuck you. I'm already fucking depressed. And you've just got my hopes up thinking that you're going to help me solve my depression and you've offered me a bottle of flavoured water. Fuck yourself. Unsubscribe. Very important. What are the problems? Can you spark emotional connection? And how apparent are the problems that are associated with the product? And can the product solve that problem? Yes, very, and yes. That is the only time you will write an emotional direct response email. Can you spark an emotional connection? Yeah. How apparent are the problems associated with the product? Very. Sorry, I didn't mention that bit. How apparent are the problems? Reduced cognitive functions. How many people are suffering with reduced cognitive functions? Not many. Not many. You can spark an emotional connection by talking about them being depressed, but how many of them have actually got reduced cognitive functions? Realistically, no. So let's find a problem that a lot of people do suffer with. in regards to a bottle of water, and that would be a dry mouth. Right, everyone suffers with a dry mouth, right? That will resonate with everyone. So, I've lost my train of thought. Let me think. I've been doing this for a while. Do you know why I've lost my train of thought? Because I've just noticed I'm recording in fucking 1080p again. Never mind. So, you need to pick a problem that will resonate with as many people as possible. If you cannot find a problem that will resonate with as many people, with a large number of people, then you do not write direct response. You only write brand emails. You will never write direct response unless you segment them into the stages of engagement, which I mentioned. But as a whole, you just don't write direct response if you can't identify a problem that everyone can resonate with. Because if you can't identify that problem, people aren't going to resonate with it. You're going to have low engagement, low click-through rates, low open rates, whatever. Not going to convert. You're shit at copywriting. Your client's going to sack you off. But there's a way around it. There's a way around it where you can use direct response in a way that doesn't deal with this problem. We'll get to that soon. This is dragging out. So email sequences, I'm briefly going to cover this now because there's more important stuff coming up. Email sequences are not difficult. It's everything that I've already taught you. I'm just going to explain what it is. So email sequences are an excellent way of funneling your audience through the different stages of engagement. The best and most widely recognized sequence of emails is called the Welcome Series. Welcome Series is a sequence of automated emails released to prospects over a set period of time after they subscribe to a business's email list. The sequence can contain as many emails as you like, but I prefer to use 4 emails, 1 for each stage of engagement. So you've got your welcome email, that makes them problem aware. Your first brand email, that makes them solution aware. Your second brand email makes them product aware, and your final email, which is your direct response, makes them convert. So for the welcome email, this email is used to welcome your audience to the brand. You talk about the brand, its values, and what they can expect to receive from the newsletter. Give them some free value. Don't need to add any links. You're literally just welcoming them, telling them what they can expect, you know, building their hopes up for all the wonders that are going to enter their inbox through this email list. The next email in this sequence should be a free value email. This gives the reader information on the product, how to use it, and the benefits of using it. You can include call to action throughout to give them more information on specific ideas or specific products, whatever. Second brand email. This email will highlight the brand's attributes. You made them aware of your brand and created interest with free value, so now you just need to introduce the solutions. And the final one, you've made them aware of the brand, built authority, gained trust, so now it's time to sell. This email should follow basic direct response principles in order to sell the products or services previously highlighted in this sequence. That is a welcome sequence. You can make it as long as you want. You can do 3 value emails and then 2 brand attribute emails and then 2 direct response emails using different direct response techniques. You can do literally whatever you want. Basic breakdown. Automations, again, they're really easy. You just set up a trigger on their email software. I'm probably going to make a video talking about email softwares at some point, so stand by for that. It's really simple stuff. An email sequence is just understanding that you have to pre-write a bunch of emails to target all these different stages. That is it. That's all an email sequence is. There's different email sequences like post-purchase, drip campaigns, all that sort of stuff, but we'll get into that maybe in an email sequence specific lesson. For now, let's explain sales pages. So sales pages, similar to email sequences, a sales page is designed to guide prospects through the different stages of engagement. So for a sales page, I'm not going to show you examples. I'm not going to mess around because I really want to get to the next one because that's the important part. Sales page is just brand copy. That is it. A landing page is direct response. A sales page is brand copy. Right? The difference between a landing page and a sales page is a landing page is just the first point of contact. It's the first point of contact, and a landing page is designed to get one outcome and one outcome only, whereas a sales page can be designed to get multiple outcomes. What that means is a landing page, for example, the outcome that you want to get from a landing page could be a redirect to a sales page or a sign up to a newsletter. You can have more than one landing page, by the way, if you didn't know that. A sales page, however, could cover multiple products all the way through, from top to bottom. It can cover the brand in the introduction and talk about all the different types of products that you've got and all the different problems and solutions available. And then what it will do is the sales page will then break down each product individually, and under each breakdown of each product could be a separate call to action taking them to the specific product that's just been broken down. Whereas a landing page always has the same call to action. There might be multiple call to actions throughout the landing page, but they all lead to the same place. Sales page, each call to action could lead to a different place. That is the only difference. So again, I could make a whole lesson just on sales pages, and I'll probably save that for another time. For now, this is about making you good at writing copy as quickly as possible. You already know how to write brand copy. You already know how to write direct response. Therefore, you can write sales page. Just type in on Google sales page, and it'll show you what it looks like. It's just like a brand attribute email, but with more intense copywriting, highlighting brand attributes and benefits. So step one in writing an effective landing page is to hook the reader with an eye-catching headline that highlights the main benefit of the product. Describe the main benefits of your product or products and how they stand out against the competition. That is all you do. You hook the reader with a big headline. So say a sales page for a copywriting course would be earn more money, work less hours. Main benefit of the product. You're going to earn more money, you're going to work less hours. And then all you're going to do is you're just going to start highlighting the brand. Why is copywriting good? Copywriting is good because you only have to work a few hours a day and you can make 10 grand a month. It's also good because you can work from wherever you want. You can work from the beach, you can work from home, you can do this, you can do that. It's also good because you work for yourself and there's no set time limit, so you can work whenever you want. It's also good because blah, 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 blah. And then once you've described those main benefits of the brand in general, you will then expand on the key benefits and features of specific products, describing in detail how the product works, why the reader needs it, and using NSBE and real-world examples is good for this. So, again, if you're writing a sales page, you will highlight the benefits of the brand, what's good about the brand, and then you will highlight the different products one by one and just describe in detail what's amazing about them. That is it. You just describe in detail what's amazing about each product. Step 3 is to diminish predispositions the reader might have. This means predicting their concerns or worries and then addressing those concerns. Showed you how to do that in brand copy already. Go back and check that video if you haven't seen it. Step 4, testimonials and case studies. Solidify the brand's authority, building trust and removing doubt by highlighting the success stories associated with the products you are highlighting. Simple. Testimonials, case studies. You've addressed concerns and now you've further fortified your reassurance by providing testimonials and case studies that whatever it is that you're writing the sales page for works. And step 5, right at the bottom of the sales page, if the reader hasn't taken action by this point, then it's time to start throwing out special offers or lower commitment offers, discount codes, limited time stock, and even free memberships to store the customer's data for later sales. Like I mentioned earlier in this video, low commitment offer, signed up to the newsletter, they've read the entire sales page, they are product aware, so you can easily sell to them in your email list because they're already product aware. Itching your balls. Good copy. So lesson 7. This is the one you've been waiting for. Advanced direct response. This is going to be the difference between making your client money and not making them money. Because you could have done all this, right? You could have done all the best brand emails in the world. You push them through all the different stages of awareness. You push them through all the different stages of engagement, but they're stuck in the conversion stage. And you're writing for a product that you can't spark an emotional connection for. You can't spark an emotional connection for this product. You can't do it. No matter what you do, there's no problem associated with this product that you can spark a connection on. So what the fuck do you do? How are you going to bring your client results when you can't spark an emotional connection? Advanced direct response is basically understanding when to use direct response. We've spoken about that. When not to use direct response. We've spoken about that. How to structure your copy. We've spoken about that. As in not saying how to structure your copy to write like a beast. I will teach you how to do this. Not shit. Write copy properly. Write normally. It's okay to use one-liners here and there. They're good. They work really well when you are highlighting something that's important. Like, for example, it doesn't have to be that way. So you've just built emotion, blah, 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 and then you could put on one line, it doesn't have to be that way. That's fine on its own on one line and then another line break. But when it's every single sentence that you're doing it, instead of using commas, you're just line breaking, it just looks ridiculous. Don't do it. Number 4 is you need to understand the 2 most effective methods of direct response. I'm going to show you the first one here. But James, you already showed me that. Cav. James, Cav. Oh my God. I'm a female. Cav, you already showed me this email. You said that it doesn't work. It doesn't. It doesn't work as it is. Let me show you how to make this email work. It's very simple. Let's find... There we go. Delete. Now it works. Let's try and read it out. You're not depressed, you just need one of these. Feeling like dog shit but don't know what's wrong with you? Maybe it's your annoying kids or your nagging wife, who knows? But one thing you may not have considered is that you might be the problem. I'm not here to belittle you, nor am I here to make you feel shitter than you already do. I just think I know exactly what's wrong in your life and what you can do to sort it out. You may be surprised to learn that there's a good chance your basic cognitive functions are fucked. That's not a guess, it's a statistical fact. I'm going to explain my reasons for thinking so soon. Small mistakes around the house can be a good indicator as to whether or not you fall under this category. You struggle to complete basic day-to-day tasks. You leave your dogs locked outside because you forgot to let them in. And you let your handbrake off, which has fucked your car's back end. These are just a few examples of the potential day-to-day fuck-ups your family has to deal with. Not only that, but I'd hazard a guess that you're feeling a regular influx of negative emotions. Constantly arguing with your girlfriend, can't be asked going to work, and your kids prefer their stepdad over you. Are you happy going about your day-to-day life feeling like shit and not functioning properly? Probably not. That's why we've got an answer for you. You can fix all your fuck-ups with just the click of a button. You don't have to be miserable forever. This link will expire on... It's the 15th today, so... This link will expire on the 16th, so find out now or watch your life continue to spiral out of control. What you have done here is you have built intrigue. You have created intrigue. You have highlighted a problem and built intrigue within that problem. As I mentioned before, when you build emotion within the reader, if you then reveal the product as a solution to whatever it is that you've built the emotion on, and that product is not actually a good solution to whatever it is you've built emotion on, the copy won't convert. So if you can't find a way to build emotion, enough emotion that convinces people that this product that you are writing for is going to solve that problem, then what do? Just don't reveal the product. Get them to click the link. And your job is done. If they click the link and then don't buy, don't worry about it. You've done your job. They've clicked the link, you've built the emotion, you've got your response, direct response, that is the point. You are getting a response. You've got your response, so whatever happens after, not your problem. You can show your engagement metrics to your client, to your boss, whatever, and say, not my problem. Why have your sales not increased? Because I'm telling you now, your open rates have increased. Not only have your open rates increased, but your click-through rates have increased. So, so I must be doing something right. So don't blame me that you're not getting any more sales. Maybe it's the copy on your website that's not converting. I'll tell you what, I write copy for pages product descriptions and product pages. It's only $1,000. Pay me, I'll do that, and then you'll start getting more sales. Oh, okay. And then they'll just pay you another $1,000. Bang, more money. You've done your job. Build intrigue. Don't tell them what it is. That is how you make this type of email work, by just not telling them what it is. Get them to click the link to find out. That is it. But Cav, you said there's 2 most effective methods of direct response. And the second one is learning how to mask your sales techniques by mixing brand and direct response together, creating the best and most powerful direct response email that is specifically designed to target people who are in the highest stage of engagement or awareness. I'm going to prove to you how effective it is. How many of you recognize that? A lot of you might do. The first video I ever posted on YouTube got no views, none. 0. Because YouTube's algorithm does not help new YouTubers at all. It actually hates new YouTubers. The average views that you will get on your first ever YouTube video, organic views, is less than 10. And not only that, that's the amount of views that you'll get on your first 30 videos. Less than 10. So I was like, shit, I've got a problem. No views on this video. What do? Copywriting. Oh my God, I'm a copywriter. I can get responses from people and get them to click links. It's literally what I do. So I posted this. How many of you, I'm guaranteeing a lot of you, because I'm still in the prepubescent stages of this YouTube channel, so the majority of you watching this now will have come here from this. Because guess what? This piece of copy generated over 1,000 clicks from, I think, 10,000 impressions. That's a 10% click-through rate. It was live for about 6 hours before I got banned off Reddit and this got taken down. This post was live for 6 hours. It got 10,000 impressions on the copywriting subreddit and 1,000 clicks. 10% click-through rate. That is astronomically good. It might not sound good, but the average business owner gets less than 1% click-through rates on their emails. Me, when I do it, when I'm writing for clients, I get between 5 and 10%. This got 10%. That is a good click-through rate. Do you know why? Because everything I have taught you so far in this 6-part series, so far, I used every technique I've ever known to write the most simple piece of copy you have ever seen. But this simple piece of copy in front of you is the most effective copy for what I was trying to accomplish. And I'm going to explain why. Fastest way to get a client. I've been using a different outreach method for 2 months and it's popped off like crazy. I'm releasing it here because I've just signed a deal with an SEO agency, so I'm getting incoming clients now. No need for outreach anymore. It's really simple and I'm surprised no one else has figured this out. Target ads on social media that have been published by businesses or agencies who offer the same services as you. Most of these ads will have a plethora of comments from business owners expressing interest in the advertised service. Since you offer the same service, just go through the comment section of each ad you find and send a personalized message to all the prospects. Since they're already interested in your service, it saves a ton of time because you don't have to sit there sending free value trying to convince a random influencer to pay you. It also converts a ton more since these prospects are already willing to put their hands in their pockets for your offered service. I made a quick YouTube video explaining it better, how to find the ads, what to say, etc. Check it out if you're interested. Hope this helped. Good luck on your copywriting journeys. Let me break down this very simple piece of copy for you all and explain why it is the most powerful copy ever written for what I was trying to accomplish. That's very important. What I was trying to accomplish. This is direct response copy. I wanted an immediate response on this link. Now you might be thinking, how is that direct response? You've not built emotion, you've not done this, you've not done that. Let me explain. And everything that I have taught you throughout all 4 of these videos that you've watched up to this point will all start making sense. Fastest way to get a client. Identify a problem. Everyone wants a client as quick as possible. I've been using a different outreach method for 2 months and it's popped off like crazy. New, different outreach method. I could have said new, I chose the word different instead. But it still hits the same emotion for the 4 big emotions. New. Popped off like crazy. Big. I'm releasing it here because I've just signed a deal with an SEO agency, so I'm getting incoming clients. No need for outreach. Addressing predispositions. If it's so good, then why are you telling us all for free? Why are you telling us all this outreach method for free? You must be trying to sell us a course. You must be, yeah. No, I just don't need it anymore because I get clients from my SEO agency. So I don't need this outreach method anymore, so I'm just giving it you all. Address predispositions. Trust has been built immediately. It's really simple. I'm surprised no one else has figured it out. Easy. New, big, easy. Simple. Target ads on social media that have been published by business, blah, blah, blah. Most of these ads will have a plethora of comments from business owners expressing interest in the advertised service. And since you offer the same service, just go through the comment section and send a personalized message to all the prospects. Brand copy. Mixing direct response with brand copy. Free value, but it's very limited. This is the difference between a mixed email and a hard free value email. In a free value email, you are literally giving them everything they will ever need and then just giving them optional links to click for expanded information. This, I'm giving away free value, but it's nowhere near enough to actually use practically. You have to click the link if you want to use this information practically. Since they're already interested in your services, it saves a ton of time because you don't have to sit there sending free value trying to convince a random influencer to pay you. Building emotion, resonating, predicting, everything in one line. So simple. That's the amazing thing about copywriting. It's simple. They're already interested in your services, so it saves a ton of time. You don't have to sit there sending free value. You don't have to convince random influencers to pay you. It converts a ton more because prospects are already willing to put their hands in their pockets for your offered service. So I made a quick YouTube video which explains it better. Tell them what they're going to find on the other side of the ad. Don't just say click here now. Like I mentioned in the direct response and for driving action. Explain what they're going to get by clicking. How to find the ads and what to say. Brief, not too much, brief. And then there's the link. Hope this helps and good luck on your copywriting journeys. That did its job. That is a direct response piece of copy that did its job and generated 1,000 clicks to my first ever YouTube video, which subsequently generated 600 organic views and now gets me a consistent 300 to 400 to even 500 views now on YouTube. I'm in YouTube's algorithm from one lead magnet, from one piece of copy, one piece of direct response copy. And I have just basically set my YouTube career in motion from one piece of copy. I did post more than this. I posted it in different communities, but they all got insta-banned. And some of them just didn't receive any engagement because it weren't specific to copywriting. This was the only one that actually got any engagement on it because I identified my target audience. I identified their level of sophistication. I immediately addressed the predisposition based off of that level of sophistication. Selling courses. Well, no, I just don't need the outreach method anymore. Addressed. I've used literally everything that I've taught you in this one piece of copy, and it converted and got me into YouTube's algorithm. 1,000 clicks, 1,000 people. That is a big number. 1,000 people clicked on my link from this. This is the literal piece of copy that did it. 1,000 clicks. So if that doesn't prove that you don't need anything else to be a good copywriter other than what I've taught you so far, don't know what will. Because that is the best piece of copy for my desired outcome. Couldn't have written it better. You probably could, if someone like Ben Settle did it, but That did its job. It did what it was supposed to do. And I used every technique under the sun in such a simple way. And the reason it's simple is because I masked my sales techniques. I hid away the fact that this was a direct response piece of copy because it doesn't appear to be a direct response piece of copy, but it were. And it worked. In the next video, I'll teach you the most difficult and advanced variation of copywriting, SEO copywriting. This form of copy is in the most demand in this industry and will open doors to a limitless number of possibilities for you. If you found this video helpful, then always check the description and show me some support. Next video, we're going to be doing SEO. I'm going to say something now which is going to turn a few heads. AI is more than likely going to take over copywriting in the next 3 years, I think, personally. My opinion. 3 years, maybe 4. Everyone else that's teaching copywriting on YouTube are telling you that AI is not going to take over copywriting. It's not going to take over copywriting. It will never take over copywriting. They're telling you that because they want you to buy their course. They want you to buy their course and they know you're not going to buy it if you think AI is going to take over. I am here to tell you that AI is going to take over copywriting in the next 3 years, I think. However, it's only going to take over conversion copywriting. Conversion copywriting basically meaning direct response. So brand copy is still there. You can still write effective brand copy. I don't think AI is going to take over that. And SEO copywriting, how do I explain this as simply as possible? You can research this as well if you don't believe me. This isn't a sales pitch. This is me just telling you the truth. Research it. Google's algorithm, it knows what AI is and it doesn't like it. If you want to tank a website within 2 weeks, start using AI. And that website will stop ranking immediately. Google will flag it as a spam website. It will never rank again. You will tank your website and your entire business will get run to the ground if you use AI, because Google's algorithm is very clever. So SEO copywriting is the only thing that's not going to get taken over by AI because it's spam. And Google knows it's spam. It's AI, it's low quality content. You need human content to write effective SEO copy. So with that being said, it is important to learn how to be a copywriter because you need to know it. If you're going to be a copywriter for a business, you have to understand everything that I've taught you so far. Even the direct response stuff, all of it, you need to understand it. You need to understand it because even if AI takes over, you have to understand what to tell AI to do. Because if you miss any details out, then AI will still be shit at writing copy. So you need to understand that. At the very least, you could be a prompt writer in 3-4 years for direct response. However, if you really want to get into copywriting and you want lifetime security from copywriting and not just 3 quick years and 3, 4, 500 grand in the next 3 years, if you actually want a lifetime successful career from copywriting, learn SEO. Because AI is not going to take over that. And I'm telling you now, once AI takes over everything, all the copywriters in the world, all the conversion copywriters, all the direct response copywriters and the email marketers, they're all going to be lost. They're all going to be squabbling around like ducks. Don't know what to do. So what they're going to do, they're going to learn SEO. Because it's going to be in demand. And before you know it, everyone's going to be doing SEO. So if I were you, I'd start learning it right now. Right now. I'm going to teach you how to do it in the next video, so I'll see you there. Peace. I have received a challenge from the community to write an email live showing you the entire step-by-step process from research to identifying my correct target language to the exact method of writing copy. And in this video, I'm going to demonstrate the exact process that I take to write an email, and I'm going to do it all live with no cuts. Now, for audience retention purposes, when I am sat quietly doing research and writing the email, the video will be sped up with some silly music in the background. However, the point of this video is for you to sit here and get an accurate representation of 1, the steps that it takes to write an effective piece of copy, and 2, how long does it take? So let's get straight into it. So as you can see here, Selfgenix860, thank you for the suggestion. Good piece of content is this. He commented on one of my latest videos, Direct Response Copywriting. If you haven't seen it, go and watch it, you're missing out. But he commented asking me if I can make a video on my process of writing copy. From the market research to knowing your ideal prospect to writing the exact copy. So I responded, I said, yeah man, give me a random niche, a random product or service, something that's obscure and difficult to write for, and I'll record the process. And he responded by saying, write an email for an AI entrepreneur who's trying to get people to sign up for his upcoming workshop on how to start an AI automation agency. The price is $90, and at the time you send the email, there's only 12 hours left before the workshop starts. Make it straight to the point, no fluff, as we want as many people as possible to click. So I responded by asking him a few important questions. First question I asked him is, are you trying to scam some free copy out of me? Sounds like it. I don't mind though. This is content, I'm going to show you the process of writing the email, and you've not actually provided me enough information to write a piece of copy that's going to convert anyway. So this will all just be made up nonsense. So even if he is trying to scam some copy out of me, sorry buddy, you didn't give me enough information to actually write an effective piece of copy for what it is that you want. This will just be bullshit. However, I'll explain as we go along. So I asked him a few simple questions. Do you have a link to a landing page for a similar workshop? I need this for market research and to understand the audience's level of awareness. If not, I will just have to make some shit up, but then the copy will be significantly less effective. Next, can you give me a quick brief for the desired target audience? Is it business to business or business to consumer? Can you give me an example of a content creator in the same market so I can assess their language and what their target audience responds to? P.S. Make a note of everything that I am asking. You should also follow this process before writing anything for your clients. This applies to you too. When you're writing for a client, this is the sort of information that you need. And more often than not, your client will just give you this information. But if there's anything missing, you need to find out what it is. Next thing I says, I also need to know where the call to action will redirect the reader. Is it to a landing page? Is it to a sign-up form? Is it straight to a webinar? Where's it going? So he responded and said, you don't need any link, blah, blah, blah. He didn't actually answer any of the questions that I asked him. So I have improvised. This is what I've come up with. So the first thing that I do before writing a piece of copy is I get an idea for what the format is going to be. I get all the information from my client, what they want, what they expect, blah, 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 blah. I put it on paper, so it's there for reference, and then I build off of that. So the niche is AI automation and the brand is education, since it's a live workshop. So he didn't actually specify what he meant by workshop. That might just be me being completely retarded, but I've took that as a live workshop, as in a live demonstration. If he was talking about a workshop as an e-learning platform or some sort of learning resources that you can use, I'll add it to the email anyway, just to cover that gap. But for now, I'm assuming that it's a sign up to a live workshop, since he said it starts in 12 hours. That's where I got that assumption from. So the niche, AI automation. The brand is education because it's a workshop. He's teaching people about AI automation. The product or service is a live workshop plus e-learning resources, which in this case, he said it cost $90. I am going to change that because, again, you haven't given me enough information. I'm going to change that to a free live workshop with an optional $90 for the e-learning resources. It's a funnel. Everyone knows about free classes and stuff like that and how they work. So that's my assumption. The medium is an email, as he specified. And what I mean by medium is the platform that the copy will be added to. So people say, oh, email copy is a type of copywriting, or social media copywriting is a type of copywriting. No, it's not. That's a medium. Email, social media, websites, they're mediums. That is the place where the copy goes. There's only 3 types of copywriting: direct response, branded, and SEO. Email copywriting is a medium. So the type of copy that I'll be writing, he made it very clear that he wants as many clicks as possible. Direct response. Target audience, I'm assuming that anyone that wants to utilize AI automation will be a business owner that wants to utilize AI automation for their business. Yes, you could be targeting consumer, it could be B2C, you might be targeting people that want to learn about AI infrastructures so that they can then sell that as a service or create a business that teaches people AI infrastructures. For this, I'm just going to be targeting business to business because it's more difficult to write for. It's very easy to write an email to convince someone that knows nothing about whatever it is that you're trying to teach them. We'll say AI infrastructure. It's very easy to write an email convincing someone that this is the best business model for you. You've seen too many of them, so I'm going to write a realistic business to business email instead. So the awareness level, he didn't specify how aware the target audience is. So because he wants a direct response email, I'm going to assume that this target audience is solution or product aware. The stage of engagement is conversion because, again, he is expecting action to be taken on the CTA. Therefore, if he is expecting action to be taken, these guys are already in the conversion stage, and that's what I'm trying to push for. I'm trying to push for that conversion. The call to action will be a live workshop sign-up landing page. So a landing page to sign up to the live workshop. And the approach that I'm going to take is I'm going to use the template IPS, so identify a problem, propose a solution, sell the product. I'm going to implement techniques of free value in there, so branded copy. And I'm going to mix that with direct response emotion building and an urgent call to action. So the first thing we need to do is the market research. I know absolutely nothing about AI infrastructures or AI automation or anything like that. It's just been dumped on my desk. I don't know anything about it. When you're writing for a client, you're going to know all this information already. Right? So don't worry about that. You're going to know all this information. Like I've mentioned in my previous videos, the first thing you need to do when you onboard after signing a client is get all that information. What are the problems associated with their brand? What does their brand solve? How does their brand solve those problems? What makes them stand out compared to their competitors? This, that, da, 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 da. You need to find out all that information. And therefore, when you're actually writing for a client, this process of research will be much more condensed, because you'll be looking more at specific research on the specific product that you are writing for, as opposed to me researching and trying to figure out what the fuck AI automation is. Okay? So these are the only 2 prompts that I need for research. This final prompt is there because, again, what's your name? Selfgenics, you've not told me what my target audience is. So yes, I have now decided that I'm going to do business to business. But what business? Is it customer service? Is it e-commerce? Is it retail? What business am I going to be targeting? So I need to figure out, again, what type of business I'm going to target with this email. I could make it broad and I could just target any business owner, which is the path that I might go down. But when you start copywriting, you start learning about sales funnels and engagement funnels. It is very rare that you will write a direct response email that just gets sent to everyone on the email list. You will have segments. You'll create segments for specific customers. So if you are, again, like an AI entrepreneur and your email list is just full of business owners that are interested in AI automation, some of those businesses might be customer service business owners, some of them might be retail, some of them might be e-commerce, some of them might be this, some of them might be that. So you can't use specific benefits of automation, like, for example, AI customer service. You can't use that for a business that does something that doesn't involve customer service, should I say, right? If you start talking about how AI can automate your customer service and improve user experience, and you send that email to everyone on your email list, there might be some business owners in there that don't resonate with that because they don't have to deal with things like customer complaints. And therefore, the copy that you have written is now significantly less effective because it's only targeting 40 or 50% of the people you've sent it to. Therefore, when you actually write copy, you will segment your audience so you actually know who's who. Who are you targeting? So I'm probably going to make up a business to target this email with to make it as effective as possible so that I can explain why it is as effective as possible. But again, I'll make that decision as I go along because I haven't actually done anything. So what I've done is I actually started recording this video and forgot to put Loom on, so I've had to re-record it, but I haven't done anything. The only thing I've done is copied and pasted these search queries. These prompts into ChatGPT. Like I've explained market research, ChatGPT will tell you everything you need to know. Do not use it to write your copy and do not copy and paste anything that it says. You just use it for research. That is it. So the first prompt is, what are the problems associated with business owners who do not utilize AI automation for their business? And how could a live AI automation workshop and access to e-learning resources that teach you about AI automation solve those problems for business owners? Those are the two prompts that I've typed into here. And now all I'm going to do, I did actually sit and read through some of it, but I need to sit and read through it again because I realized that I weren't recording while I was reading. That is the wrong one. That's online marketing strategies. Oh my God. Move. AI automation challenges. There we go. So I did actually sit and read through some of this, but I need to sit and read through it again. And again, you can see the whole process. But what are the problems associated with business owners who do not utilize AI automation for their business? ChatGPT will give you all the answers you need. You just sit and read and decide which problems are going to be the best ones to highlight. And like I mentioned in one of my previous videos, you need to choose which problem is going to resonate with the largest number of people. Which problem will resonate with the largest audience so that you can get the best possible results from the copy that you are writing. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy and paste a few different problems, add them to the research tab in my Google Doc, and then I am going to evaluate which problem I can utilize to build emotion with the most amount of people possible. And that is the process that I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sit and read. I'm going to copy and paste some shit. I'm going to refine it. I'm going to do blah, 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 blah. And what I'll do is I will speed up the video and add some stupid music in the background for retention purposes, because I'm sure many of you don't want to sit here for 15, 20 minutes watching me read ChatGPT. So I will see you in 15 minutes. Keep an eye on the time as well. Now remember, the only thing that I did so far is identify the format. Now when you're writing copy for a client, this will all be given to you. They'll just tell you what you need to do. So that will all already be there. And for research, the only thing I've done is written 2 prompts and then copied and pasted them. So assume that I started this whole process at 16:15. I probably used 2 minutes of my time to figure out the format, because your client will just tell you, and then write 2 prompts. And the prompts are easy. Problem, solution. That's it. So that takes 2 minutes, maybe even 1 minute. So from this point on, just keep an eye on how long it takes to actually do the research and write an email. And remember, when you're actually writing for a client, you won't have to do as much research as I'm doing, because you'll already understand your client and what they offer. So you won't have to do as much research. You'll just have to do product-specific research or segment-specific research. In this case, I'm doing all of it. So I'll see you in about 10-15 minutes once I'm finished. Okay, there's one more search query that we need to add. Search query. Why do I keep saying that? There's one more prompt that we need to add to ChatGPT, and that is this, which is very important. Give me one case study of a business that started using AI automation and saw rapid growth as a result. Let's see what ChatGPT says. And there we have it, an effective case study to use. Now, when you're writing for a client in real life, you will just use a real case study of that client. So say your client is an AI entrepreneur, you will use one of their case studies to say, we implemented AI infrastructure into X business, and X business saw an increase in revenue of 400% within 12 months of utilizing AI. Something like that. For this, because it's an example and because Mr. Genix, Self-Genix, give me absolutely no information to work off of, we're making it up. But when you're writing for a real client, you will use a real case study, and I will show you where to implement that case study into your piece of copy. So now, I'm just going to copy and paste this. Into a research tab without formatting. And I will refer to it later. Now, if you've noticed, which I need to do here, I'm deleting everything that AI has done. This is going to be the tab where the copy is written. I have deleted everything from AI and rewritten what AI has given me in my own words, which is here. Okay, this has obviously been written by AI, but what I will do is not use AI. It's too tempting to copy and paste, right? It is way too tempting to copy and paste from AI. And if you do that, your copy is just going to be shit. So use it as a reference, write it in your own words. I will show you how to do that. You can watch me now write the email from start to finish. Again, the video is going to be sped up for audience retention purposes, for user experience purposes. It will be sped up, and then once I have finished writing the email, which you're going to see, I'm not going to move from this. The only two places I'm going to be going is here and here. There's going to be no copy and pasting. You're going to watch me write it from start to finish, and I'm only going to be referring to this. So this is just the specific case study, which I'm just going to leave there. And this is the information from the prompts. So let me explain the information that I've gathered. So the main problem I decided to target is the market disadvantage. The fact that everyone is using AI and you're not. That problem could target anyone. Anyone could face that problem. Now, anyone that's receiving this email to sign up for an AI work, fucking whatever it's called, they're not using AI. I'm just assuming that they're not using it, or else why would they be in that email list, and why would they be potential customers that you send a direct response email to? We are assuming that everyone who is receiving this email does not use AI, and they are solution aware, which means they are aware that AI could potentially solve their problem, which is a shit business that's outdated. The main problem we are targeting is their market disadvantage, the fact that their competitors are leaving them in the dust because they're using AI and the reader is not. So that is the main problem I've targeted. The reason I've targeted that, again, is because it will resonate with the largest number of readers possible. Whereas, if you targeted a different problem like customer service, which we'll get to that in a minute, if you targeted customer service as the main problem or the main disadvantage, that is only going to target business owners in this specific industry. Now, I am going to try and target e-commerce and retail. The main reason I'm going to try and target e-commerce and retail is simply because that's just what you have to do when you write copy, and it's giving me aids thinking about having to write a piece of copy that just targets a random audience. It gives me aids thinking about it. So we're targeting e-commerce and retail. Therefore, the secondary problems is that they're going to appear outdated. So not only are their competitors leaving them in the dust and they have a huge disadvantage in the market, but their business is just outdated and shit. The next one is their growth limitations. The fact that they are spending money on manual labor to do things that AI could just do for them. So one, they're spending money, and two, they're losing time. And the final one is customer service. They are losing out on potential business because they have human customer service. And people are abandoning the cart, they're leaving the page, they're going to a different company, back to their competitors, because their competitors can immediately answer their questions with AI chatbots. So how can all this fix what's wrong with their business? So market disadvantage, AI will update their business and streamline their operations. That will all be demonstrated in the live workshop. AI will reduce labor costs and increase workplace productivity, allowing business owners to put more resources into scaling their company, which will also be demonstrated in the live workshop. And AI will improve user experience by immediately addressing customer concerns, reducing cart abandonment. So these are the solutions. So I'm going to go ahead and write the copy. I'm going to speed up the video once again so you can listen to some ridiculous music and watch me twitch out or whatever it is that I'm doing when I'm sped up, and I will see you once the email has been written. Right, email's finished. So I've written it, I've proofread it, I'm happy with it. The only thing is, I haven't decided on a subject line because, as I have mentioned in one of my previous videos, if you haven't watched the full copywriting course, then go and watch it. But as I mentioned in one of my previous videos, when you are writing a subject line or a headline or any sort of headline in general for a piece of copy, you need to write at least 15 headlines that all pretty much say the same thing but are written differently, and then come back later with a fresh pair of eyes so that you can choose the best headline for the piece of copy that you've written. What I've done here is, because it's practice, I'm not faffing around trying to get the perfect headline. I've written a few examples. You should write 15 headlines and then come back with a fresh pair of eyes before you submit it and choose the best one, or choose the best one and then refine it even further. So these are some potential headlines that you could use for the email. How to increase annual revenue by 400% with AI. Streamline your operations with AI. I don't like that one, so that one can fuck off. Why your e-commerce brand isn't performing. Exclusive secrets to Amazon's success. Why Amazon is overpowering you. Generate 400% more revenue with this strategy and reduce business expenses by 40% with this tool. Whatever one you decide to choose, come back with a fresh pair of eyes and choose the best one. For the preview text, that should complement the subject line. Since I haven't chosen which subject line to use, there is no preview text. We're just going to get to the source, which is the body of the email. So have you noticed a drop in your annual revenue over the last 5 years? It wasn't instantaneous, but your yearly profits are slowly starting to crash because you can't seem to keep up with the competition. The truth is that retail giants like Amazon have seen an exponential amount of success in recent years because they kept their head ahead of the game. Using strategies and softwares to streamline their operations and improve efficiency and productivity. Have you done the same? Or are you still stuck in 2015 spending copious amounts of money on manual labor when that money could be spent on upscaling instead? Whatever your reasons might be, your business is on a downward spiral that we can halt, helping you catch up to the competition and revitalize your company before it's too late. It might come as a surprise to you that AI is starting to take over the market, and for good reason. With AI, you can streamline your operations by utilizing artificial intelligence to analyze data, generate invoices, and manage your supply chains without wasting precious profits on human resources. Not only that, but AI can assist with customer service, utilizing AI chatbots to handle inquiries immediately, reducing bounce rates and cart abandonments. Your competition has been using AI for years and they're thriving. Just look at how far Stitch Fix has come, reaching over 1.7 billion in 2021 after they implemented AI automation into their workflow. That, when you're writing for an actual client, can be a case study that your client has to an article or something that talks about Stitch Fix reaching 1.7 billion in 2021. That could just be a link to a case study. It's about time you join the trends so that you can breathe some life back into your business. Lucky for you, I'm hosting a free one-time live workshop to demonstrate how AI can solve all of your problems, saving you time and money so you can focus on what really matters. Growing your business. My workshop will be going live in less than 12 hours, but the server only has room for 50 attendees. Click this link to secure your place before your competition gets a whole lot thicker. This is the only time I'll be giving you access to my $90 class completely for free. I look forward to seeing you all there. Signature. So that's the email that I came up with. Now I want to break it down and explain the techniques that I've used within this email. So immediately you're identifying a problem. Now, like I said, this is a made-up scenario targeting made-up consumers. But the approach I've decided to take is targeting consumers that are aware of a problem, and that problem is that their business has slowly started declining over the years. What I am trying to do with this email is explain that yes, your business is declining, but there is a chance to revitalize it. And the way you revitalize it is by doing what your competition is doing. Because there's a reason your competition has not crashed. And it's because they've implemented AI. And that is the topic of the email. Your business is failing. And the only reason it's failing is because you are not utilizing AI tools like your competition. And therefore, you can't keep up. So that is the target audience for the email. People who are business owners that don't utilize AI and have seen a steady decrease in their annual profits over the last few years since AI has started dominating the market. So you notice a drop in your annual revenue. It wasn't instantaneous, which is predicting their scenario, because it doesn't just tank immediately, it's gradually going down. But your yearly profits are slowly starting to crash because you can't seem to keep up with the competition. That is also true. That is also predicting their situation. They can't keep up with the competition. I've used Amazon because, again, I don't have a specific target audience that I'm targeting, so I don't know what their competitors are. But I used Amazon because it's just an extreme example of what's possible when you implement AI into your business. So the truth is that retail giants like Amazon have seen exponential amount of success in recent years because they kept ahead of the game, using strategies and softwares to streamline their operations and improve efficiency and productivity. What this is doing is it is explaining that it is possible to see an exponential amount of success because there are strategies and softwares that exist to help you improve efficiency and productivity. That is what that paragraph tells the reader. And now we need to divert back to the reader and ask them a question. Have you done the same? Or are you still stuck in 2015 spending copious amounts of money on manual labour when that money could be spent on upscaling instead? This is the only bit I don't like. That could be changed. It could be changed to sort. Are you still stuck in 2015 spending copious amounts of money on manual labour when AI could just do it all for you? Something like that. You could change it around. Again, always proofread your copy. Never submit it straight away. Always come back with a fresh pair of eyes later. Proofread it, make it as good as possible. We're just going to leave it at this for now. So whatever your reasons might be, your business is on a downward spiral that we can halt, helping you catch up to the competition and revitalize your company before it's too late. What this is doing is targeting the specific problem that we are trying to target. Catch up to your competition. Every e-commerce brand has competition. They hate competition. I'm trying to get into YouTube right now. I'm trying to get into content creation, and the competition is abysmal. There is so much competition. It's unbelievable. So everyone hates their competition. So if you told a business owner that, listen, we can help you catch up to your competition, we can help you stand out against your competition, or at the very least, we can help you get on par with your competition so that they don't leave you in the dust, that will interest you immediately. And that's what we can do. We can halt your downward spiral and help you catch up to the competition and revitalize your company before it's too late. What this does is this solidifies the attention of the reader before it's too late. Saying this is going to force them to continue reading because, again, your company is crashing and we can help you fix it before it's too late. Meaning, if you click off of this email, it'll be too late. It's small psychological things like that without making it obvious, without saying, if you click off this email, it's going to be too late. That's shit. You need to put undertones in there to plant the seed in the reader's head. People aren't stupid. People have got a subconscious, and putting things like that in the copy will plant that seed in their subconscious and make them think, right, yeah, it's getting to a point where it's going to be too late. And then the subject changes again. Now we are introducing the solution, proposing the solution. It might come as a surprise to you that AI is starting to take over the market, and for good reason. With AI, you can streamline your operations by utilizing artificial intelligence to analyze data, generate invoices, and manage your supply chains without wasting precious profits on human resources. This is glazing the reader now. We've got their attention, we've locked them, and now we're explaining how AI can solve some of the biggest problems they have in their company. And those problems are the fact that they are having to manually analyze data, manually generate invoices, and manually manage their supply chains. And this business owner that is reading this email is wasting an unprecedented amount of money paying human people to do that for him when AI could just do it all immediately. Not only that, but AI can assist with customer service, utilizing AI chatbots to handle inquiries immediately, reducing bounce rates and cart abandonment. Guess what? All your Indian call handlers sacked. You no longer need to pay out how much do call handlers get paid? Like $300 a month or something? No, let's be realistic. They get paid like $1,000 a month to sit and answer phone calls. Indian people. How much do they get paid? Let's say he's got 20 call handlers that are constantly answering customer service calls all day long. You're paying 20 of them, say, $1,000 a month. That's 20 grand a month that you could be saving by just utilizing an AI chatbot. So guess what? We've just saved you 20 grand. These are all things that the reader is going to be thinking about as they read this. You don't need to specify it. Simply by saying that AI chatbots can handle customer service inquiries immediately, instantly the reader is going to think, oh my God, why have I been paying 20 Indian people to answer my calls for me when I could just do this and save myself 20 grand in a month? That is instantly what they're going to be thinking. Your competition has been using AI for years and they're thriving. Once again, glazing his competition. You are shit and your competition is amazing. How jealous are you? Very jealous. And then glaze them even more. Just look how far Stitch Fix has come, reaching over $1.7 billion in 2021 after they implemented AI automation into their workflow. That could have been you, mate. That could have been you. But you haven't implemented AI. Boo-hoo. It's about time you joined the trend so that you can breathe some life back into your shit business. Lucky for you, I'm hosting a free one-time live workshop to demonstrate how AI can solve all of your problems, saving you time and money so you can focus on what really matters, growing your business. My workshop will be going live in less than 12 hours, but the server only has room for 50 attendees. That is a lie, by the way. You can just lie about stuff like that. Click this link to secure your place before your competition gets a whole lot thicker. I am now telling this guy that 50 e-commerce brands are going to start using this, and so he's going to have 50 more competitors that he has to deal with. This is the one and only time I'll be giving you access to my $90 class completely for free, so I look forward to seeing you all there. This link, ideally, which is why I asked for this information from Mr. Genix, whatever he's called, this link, ideally, should take you to a landing page, and that landing page should be a page where you can sign up to the workshop, and on that landing page should be a timer counting down the time to the workshop starts, and then a slots available number. Now, one thing that you can do is you can code this in, you can speak to a website developer about it. I don't know how to do it, I just come up with the idea. Any business, if they've got a website, they've got a developer, so they'll know how to do this. You can add a slots available section that always says the same number of available slots whenever it's opened, and has a timer to start like ticking down the longer you sit on the page. So let's use this for an example. So basically, no matter when you go on the page, it'll always say the same thing for everyone because it's just a lie. But when you go onto the landing page, sign up to the workflow, blah, 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 sign up to the workshop, blah, blah, blah. Workshop starts in 11 hours and 23 minutes. Spaces available, 19. And then after you've sat on the landing page for 30 seconds contemplating whether or not to secure your place, that 19 will go 18, 17. And then you'll think, oh, shit, 17, 2 more people have just signed up. Right, okay, I'll sign up quick before the other 17 go. Oh my God. And it's just all psychological bullshit to get people to sign up. Please don't tell anyone I told you that information. I might use it on you guys at some point in the future. Bear with me, come on. I'll teach you how to do it too, don't worry. But that's what the landing page should have on it. And that's how that'd work. So again, one thing I would like to reiterate is this email is targeting a specific segment. It's targeting a specific audience. It's targeting a specific level of awareness. It's targeting a specific level of engagement. And it's targeting a specific problem. When you write direct response copy, you will never send direct response copy to a broad audience. You will always send direct response to a targeted audience. I explain that in my advanced copywriting video. So if you haven't seen that, go and watch it. I might actually tag it at the end of this video in the end screen card thing. But when you are writing direct response, you will never send it to a broad audience. You will always target your copy. You will always send your copy to a targeted audience. And for this piece of copy, I am targeting business owners that are struggling and not making a lot of profit and that don't use AI automation. That is my target audience. They're highly aware. They know that AI is real, blah, 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 blah. Direct response, bish, bash, bosh. And this email would convert. This email would get a lot of clicks on it. Because I know it works, because I've tracked analytics for campaigns that I've released for my clients, and this stuff works. This is real copywriting, not fucking this. I'm gonna give you an example now of shit copy that people teach. Just fucking, that's how people are teaching to write copy, and it's just fucking shit. Fuck off. Shit. That is how you write copy. You want to fucking argue with me? I don't care. Argue with me. I get paid a lot of money to be a copywriter, and this is why, because I actually know how to write copy. But that's it now for this video. That was me writing an email live from start to finish. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you've taken some inspiration from it. And now I'm going to have to sit here for probably about 3 hours editing it because I'm shit at editing. I need an editor, by the way. DM me. I want someone to edit my videos. But yeah, that's that for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you check out my full copywriting course as well, which teaches you everything. Everything. And subscribe, because it takes a lot of time to do this. And Mr. Selfgenics, that will be $200, please. Oh, wait. You're broke. No, I'm only joking. You'll get there, bro. Watch my videos. Keep watching my shit. Practice. Again, when I'm uploading my videos as well, make sure you're taking notes. Make sure you're writing your own examples. Copy what I'm doing. I'm showing you how to do everything, so copy it. Don't just watch the video. Treat it like a class. Treat it like you paid for a course. Do the work, copy what I'm doing, make notes, do all that stuff. You'll be able to do copywriting if you do that. So it's easy stuff, man. It's not difficult to get into. Forget about emails, forget about captions. They're all bullshit. If you want to start getting into copywriting in 2025 and actually succeed, SEO copywriting is the thing that you need to be learning. And in this video, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about it. So we'll get straight into lesson 1. What is SEO? So SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. SEO copywriting is the act of writing copy that not only appeals to human readers, but search engine bots as well. What this means is that SEO copywriting is all about helping a website rank on Google. And what ranking means is when you type in a search query into Google, so say you type in how to be a copywriter, the top results that come up on page 1 of Google have highly optimized websites for that specific search query. How to start copywriting. SEO copywriting is the act of giving you those rich results in Google by optimizing your websites to specific keywords. So how do search engines work? Understanding how a search engine decides to rank content is important, as it helps you write your content in a way that appeals to the process Google takes to rank your copy. So stage one is crawling. The first stage of the ranking process is called crawling. This is when Google sends out search engine bots, or spiders, to scour the internet for new content once it's published. Stage two is the indexing process. Once the spiders find your content, the indexing process will begin. Crawlers will index your content based off of the contents within that content. If your page hits all the right notes, then your content will be indexed for ranking later. And stage three is ranking. This is the point where a search engine bot decides how relevant your content is to a specific search query. Based on the information gathered and indexed by the crawlers, your page will appear in the search engine results page, or SERP, based on a combination of the entered search query and the contents of your page. So SEO is all about writing content that Google understands and trusts. It has to be relevant to specific search queries, and you have to fill your website with content around whatever niche it is that you're trying to build authority for. Because the more authority your website has, the more chance you have of ranking for difficult keywords such as how to be a copywriter. And businesses are absolutely screaming for this skill set. They're screaming for this skill set. And you can get paid all the way up to £1,000 or $1,400 per article. And articles usually consist of 1,000 to 2,000 words. Max. And you can get paid $1,000 for doing that, and it takes a day to write an article. SEO copywriting is the way forward in 2025. I started out with conversion copywriting. I've taught you guys everything you need to know about conversion copywriting. Now I'm teaching you about SEO because that is what I do. SEO copywriting is now my specialty, and it's what I get paid the most money to do. And you have to learn it because, like I said in my previous video, AI is more than likely going to take over copywriting very soon, in the next couple of years. No one's telling you that because they want you to buy their course. And if you think that AI is going to take over copywriting, you're not going to buy their course. But guess what? AI will never take over SEO copywriting because Google's algorithm is so intelligent and so advanced that it can immediately detect AI content, and it will flag it instantly as low quality, irrelevant content. And therefore your page will not rank. If you want to tank a website in 2 weeks and remove all authority within that website and stop all organic traffic coming to that website, start using AI. AI will never take SEO copywriting because Google's algorithm knows what AI is. And so it won't let you use AI to write your content for the websites. AI will more than likely take over conversion copywriting because, again, you don't need to appeal to search engine bots. It's all about appealing to human readers, but it'll never take over SEO. So if I were you, I'd start leaning into this. And again, you can earn $1,000 a day with SEO copywriting. Bearing in mind, it takes about 12 hours to write an article. So it's up to you. You can either earn $1,000 every 2 days and work 6 hours a day, or you can earn $1,000 every 3 days and work 2.5 hours a day, whatever it is. It takes about 12 hours to write an article when you include research, proofreading, drafting, all that stuff. It takes about 12 hours to write a good article. So if you want to work 12 hours a day, you can make 30 grand a month with SEO copywriting easily. I've literally just posted an article that I got paid $950 for. Simple stuff, and I'll show it you later. Right, now let's get into the actual process of SEO copywriting. Lesson 2 is keyword research. So there's 2 methods of keyword research, and both work just as well as each other. The first method, and the one that I use, is keyword research tools. So tools like SEMrush and Ahrefs, however you pronounce it, are excellent tools to help you choose the best keywords to give you the highest chance of ranking. What these keyword tools do is they give you analytics on specific keywords. They tell you how difficult it is to rank for a specific keyword. They tell you how much search volume that specific keyword gets. So how many people per month are searching how to be a copywriter. Gives you all the analytics that you need on these keyword research tools. But they're expensive. and not every business is going to have them. Now, if I was you, I would take a setup fee. If you get a client for SEO copywriting, once you've learned how to write SEO copy, once you get a client for SEO copy, I would take a setup fee from them. And that setup fee is going to pay for your research tools. I think it's something like £150 a month or $200 a month for SEMrush. Pay for it because it's very helpful. But if you don't want to pay for keyword research tools, there are free tools that you can use. The shit, I wouldn't recommend it. But another really good way that you can do keyword research is just by searching things on Google. So search a short tail keyword on Google. That means a one-word keyword like copywriting. There's short tail keywords, then there's long tail keywords. A long tail keyword would be how to be a copywriter in 2025, and a short tail keyword would be copywriting. The difference is long tail keywords are more specific, and therefore they are easier to rank for because there's less people searching for them. The thing with keyword research is you need to find a keyword that has a good enough search volume that you're actually going to get traffic from it, but a low enough competition that you can rank on page 1 of Google. So the second type of keyword research is search a short tail keyword on Google, then navigate to the People Also Ask section. Here you will find long tail keywords that are more specific to whatever query the prospect may have. So I'm just going to show you what I mean real quick. So if we navigate over to Google and I type in copywriting, what you can do is you can navigate down to this section. People also ask, what exactly does a copywriter do? That is a long tail keyword. And this is one of your competitors that's ranking for that keyword. And it looks to me like the specific keyword they are ranking for is what does a copywriter really do? That is the specific keyword that they're searching for. So if we type in what exactly does a copywriter do, you can see more. What are the duties of a copywriter? What skills do you need as a copywriter? How do I become a copywriter with no experience? What we can see here is I have typed in a very specific search query. What exactly does a copywriter do? And we can see that the top ranking result is what does a copywriter really do? Understanding the copywriter, and what does a copywriter do? So to me, that looks like a good keyword to use because no one's using it. No one's using that specific keyword because they're not ranking for it, because the primary keyword is always in the title tag. We'll get to that later in this video, but for now, what exactly does a copywriter do? Another good trick, right, and don't tell anyone I've told you this, is you can use Google commands. If you type in the Google command, all in anchor with a colon, and then what exactly does a copywriter do? Once you search that, it's going to show you every single website that's ranking for this keyword. Now, usually you have the number of results which pop up here, but apparently we don't. But if you look here, page 3, we're on page 3, that's it. So there's only 3 pages worth of online content that is ranking for the specific keyword, what exactly does a copywriter do? That means that the competition is incredibly low. So that's a good keyword for you to use. That's how you do keyword research. You find a keyword exactly like I have just demonstrated to you there. Keyword research is really simple. The second thing you need to do, and I've also just kind of shown you how to do it there, is competitor research. So after keyword research comes competitor research. This is important for helping you understand what worked well for your competitors, as well as any information they failed to include. So one thing that you need to understand is search intent. Search intent is basically the intent behind someone's search query. So there's only 2 types of search intent that you need to concern yourself with. The first is informational intent. So if a search query reads how to start copywriting, then the user is looking for information on how to be a copywriter. Therefore, if you are trying to rank for the keyword how to start copywriting, then the article that you post that you're attempting to rank for that keyword for should have information on how to be a copywriter. It should just be purely informational, because that is what the searcher is looking for. That is what the prospect is looking for. Information on how to start copywriting. Therefore, your article should be nothing but information on how to start copywriting. It's really simple. And the second search intent is transactional intent. If a search query reads where to hire a copywriter, then the prospect is most likely looking to spend money on copywriting services because they are looking where to hire a copywriter. Therefore, the content that you write should be all about redirecting prospects to different agencies, or if you are writing for a copywriting agency, say you get brought in-house, say you get hired by a copywriting agency and they want you to do their SEO copywriting for them. You would write a post, and that post would be ranking for the keyword where to hire a copywriter, and within that post would be a bunch of internal links sending them to the agency that you're writing for in order to help the reader hire a copywriter, because it's transactional intent. They're looking to spend money. Transactional intent. You could also consider this as commercial investigation intent. That is basically where you are investigating different brands. So kind of like these consideration stage of engagement that we mentioned in a previous video. Consideration stage of engagement, commercial investigation intent, same thing. You're looking at different brands to find which one's the best for you. Where to hire a copywriter, you might be looking at all different brands to find the best agency for you to hire a copywriter. Then there's also like geo-specific keywords. So geo-specific keywords is basically using keywords to a specific location. So if someone types in a car wash near me, if their website is optimized to geo-specific keywords for their location, then they will be the first ones that appear on the search results page. Or if you type in restaurants near me, if the website that you are writing for, so say it's an Italian restaurant that's hired you as a copywriter, unlikely, but speculation. If it's an Italian restaurant that's hired you as a copywriter and someone types in restaurants near me, if you have optimized their website to be geo-specific to their location, they will rank first, as long as you beat all the other competitors. That's basically what search intent is, really simple. And then the second thing you need to consider when doing competitor research is competitors' content. So once you've chosen a keyword, you need to research how many pages are ranking for that specific keyword. Check out their articles and identify the contents of the article. Is it informational or is it transactional? Next, you need to identify any gaps that have been left by high-ranking pages. If a page ranking for the keyword how to start copywriting contains information on how to write copy, but nothing suggesting outreach, then you could write an article hitting all the same points as the high-ranking page that's ranking for that keyword, but you could just add the additional information that was left out. And therefore, Google will think that your article is more relevant than the top-ranking article because it has more information, builds upon it. Or say, for example, if you say how to start copywriting or how to start a copywriting business, and the entire article is just all about the business side of things, like getting a tax number and registering as a limited company and all the boring stuff, but it doesn't actually tell you anything about how to start copywriting or how to learn copy, then you could just write an article hitting all the same points, but talking about how to actually start copywriting. Where do you start? What's the first thing you need to do? Right, you need to learn direct response, then you need to learn branded copywriting, then you need to do this, then you need to do that. And as long as you hit all the points that have been missed out by your competitors, your article will have more authority over theirs, and therefore it will rank higher on Google. And the client that you're writing for will get more organic traffic coming from Google based off of search queries. And you've got to think, if a search volume for, say, how to start copywriting, we'll just say that the search volume for how to start copywriting is 1,500 searches per month for that specific search query. How to start copywriting, 1,500 searches. If you rank number 1 on Google for that, then I believe, I'm not 100% sure if this is accurate, but you can do some research. I've done my research on it. It's pretty much accurate. The number 1 result on the search engine results page gets around about a 30% click-through rate, which means if 1,500 people are searching how to start copywriting, then 30%, I'm just going to say 1,000 because I'm shit at maths. If 1,000 people are searching that, then 30% of them are going to click on your article because it's ranked number 1, which means you're going to get 300 organic visitors to your website per month off one article. Now, if you are writing consistent articles, if you're writing 2 or 3 articles a week for your business and they are all ranking number 1 on Google, after you've written articles for a year, say you've done 3 articles a week for a year, that's 150 articles. Say all of those articles have a search volume of 1,000 and they're all getting a 30% click-through rate. That's 300 visitors per article times 150. What the fuck is that? I ain't got my phone on me. Do 300 times 150, it's like 45,000. So now, I had to cut that because I sat there thinking for ages. So now, they're getting 45,000 visitors per month to their website. As long as there's some good conversion copy on there and good internal links within all the articles that all the traffic's coming from, how many sales do you think that business is going to start getting with 45,000 visitors every single month that are all qualified prospects because they're already searching for things? 45,000 visitors, how much business is that going to bring them? That's 1 year. Imagine if they hire you and you're working for them for 3 years, and now all of a sudden you've been working for them for 3 years and you're bringing in 130, 140,000 viewers per month. Now do you understand why businesses are screaming for SEO copywriters? It's better than any other copywriting in the world because it brings passive traffic to your business. You don't have to market, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. It's just passive traffic that just comes on its own. They're already looking for stuff. You don't have to warm up leads. You don't have to push them through the different stages of engagement. You don't have to pepper them with emails and direct response and build emotion and blah, blah, blah. They're already interested. They're there. They come on their own accord. And that is why SEO copywriting is so effective. So lesson 4, choosing the right keywords, important. So you need to choose a keyword that has low competition and high search volumes. Keyword research tools will give you this information, but if you don't have access to these tools, you can do some simple competitor research to identify what will work best. So for your primary keyword, this is the keyword that you want your page to rank for. More specifically, it is the exact query that is typed into the search engine by a prospect. How to start copywriting. This keyword should be present in your page title, meta description, and page URL if possible. Don't worry about the URL, you just worry about the title tag and the meta description. If you're wondering what the title tag is, it's the blue clickable title on the search engine results page. The meta description is a little body of text that's right underneath it that gives you a little bit of a description. Now for secondary keywords, these are long tail keywords that complement your primary keyword. If your primary keyword is how to start copywriting, then secondary keywords would be things like getting started with copywriting, copywriting basics, or making money with copywriting. Secondary keywords should be integrated naturally throughout the body content of your website as well as included in your headings, which we'll get to in a minute. So how do you identify the low competition? I've just showed you how to do it. All in anchor, colon, no space, and then the primary keyword that you want to rank for. Once you've typed that in, if there's only 3 pages worth of articles ranking for it and none of them are ranking specifically for that keyword, you can tell because it should be in their title tag. If it's not in their title tag, then there's no competition. Bang. For high search volumes, the only way you're going to be able to check search volumes is with keyword research tools. It's not massively important, but it kind of is at the same time. So I'm just going to use my keyword research tool real quick because I just want to show you how it looks, search volume. So if we go to Keyword Magic Tool and type in how exactly do you start? Oh no, it was what exactly does what exactly does a copywriter do? Right, we've got no metrics for that one, which probably means it's got no volume, 20 in the United Kingdom. Let's have a look at the USA. I'll tell you what, let's just go to Keyword Overview. So global volume is 220. That means it's got a low search volume. The keyword difficulty is easy because it's NA. There's just no one ranking for it, so there's no data, which means it's easy to rank for. It'll be 0. But the search volume is pretty low. However, you get all of that volume because no one else is ranking for that keyword. So it's at your discretion. And especially if a website is not already optimized, that's good. If you're not optimized, you've got no authority within your space, you've got no authority within your niche, that's good. As long as the keyword is easy to rank for, that's all you're trying to do. You're just trying to rank. There's 220 global searches. That's potentially 30% click-through rate. That's potentially 65 viewers per month, 65 organic traffic. Not bad. It's not bad. But again, I might as well show you now that we're here. If we go to Keyword Magic Tool, when you use the Keyword Magic Tool, this will give you suggestions. So if I type in a short tail keyword, copywriting, this is going to give you suggestions for long tail keywords that you can use. So copywriting right now, it's difficult to rank for. You'll need high authority, high quality referring domains and backlinks, and very well optimized content, and there's 9,000 searches in the UK per month. You need to find something that's easy to rank for. 29, you'll need quality content focused on the keyword's intent. Copywriter jobs, you can go for that one, there's more search volume. So if I click on copywriter jobs and have a look at the keyword overview, the global volume for copywriter jobs is 40,000 and the keyword difficulty is relatively easy to rank for. Now you could add some geo-specific targeted keywords to that. So you could say copywriter jobs in America, copywriter jobs in UK. You can narrow it down. So let's see what happens. Copywriter jobs in UK. Nothing. USA. So you've got 50 global volume for that. You can add more words, just try and narrow it down, make it even easier. Remote copywriter jobs. There you go. 5,000 global volume, and it's easy to rank for. That would be a better keyword to try and rank for, remote copywriter jobs. So if you're writing for a copywriting agency, and they want you to write an SEO optimized article for their remote copywriting job board, that's what you'd do. And that's the keyword that you try and rank for. I hope that explains it quite well. If you need more examples for keyword research, there's a ton of SEMrush tutorials on YouTube. RFs if you prefer to use that. There's an abundance of free resources that you can use. So just check out YouTube. They'll give you a more in-depth guide on how to use keyword research tools if you decide to pay for them. So lesson 5, on-page SEO. So on-page SEO is incredibly important when writing copy, arguably one of the most important things. To be honest, everything I'm teaching you is important. If you don't do just one of all these different things that I'm teaching you, your page won't be optimized, so it's all just as important as each other. So on-page SEO refers to the structure of the page content, allowing for easy human navigation, which reduces bounce rates and helping crawlers understand the structure and contents of your page. So as we mentioned before, crawlers are the little search engine bots that are firing around the internet 24/7. Trillions and trillions and quadrillions of them, 24/7, just firing around the internet, scouring for new content. Good on-page SEO helps those crawlers understand what your content is about, which is why it's important. And again, it reduces bounce rates. Bounce rates is basically someone clicking on a page and then clicking straight off it. That usually happens when the page speed is slow. That's all about user experience, though don't worry about that. That's more advanced stuff. I could always make a video on user experience copywriting. But bounce rates usually come from slow page speed or just bad formatting. So, titles and title tag and meta descriptions. So the title tag is a HTML element that specifies the title of a web page. It appears as the blue clickable headline in search engine results and is one of the most important on-page SEO factors. Title tags include the primary keyword, as I mentioned before. The meta description is a brief summary that appears under the title in search results. It doesn't really affect rankings, but it has a strong impact on click-through rates. You have to include the primary keyword in the meta description because that's what people are searching for. You can use everything that I've taught you previously to convince someone to take action, but you have to be able to do it in 160 characters, which is the meta description. 160 characters, that's about, I don't know, not a lot of words, basically. 160 characters, about 40 words, maybe not even that. But the meta description is all about just convincing someone to click. For your headers, your H1, H2, H3, etc. Headers organize your content and help search engines understand the structure of your page. First of all is the H1 tag. This is the main headline of the page and should include the primary keyword. There should only be one H1 tag per page. H2 and H3, use these for subheadings to break down sections of content. These should include secondary keywords and related terms when appropriate. An example is the title tag will be Best Email Marketing Tools for 2024 Recommendations. The meta description, we've reviewed several software companies using a detailed process to help you find the 7 best email marketing tools for small businesses. The H1 tag, again, would contain the primary keyword, Best Email Marketing Tools for 2024. And then underneath, why email marketing tools matter. Email marketing tools matter because blah, 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 blah. You need to be able to use email marketing campaigns and automations and segments and blah, 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 blah. H2, top 5 email marketing platforms. Platform 1, Beehive. Beehive costs this much per month, it costs this much per month, and it's got this feature and this feature and this feature. H3, Platform 2, MailChimp. MailChimp is excellent for starting blah, 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 blah. That's how it works. Now, I want to give you a quick example, so bear with me. Right, this is an example of my most recent article that I wrote for one of my clients. Now, this article is informational intent. It's informational intent for people who are looking to invest in commercial property. The primary keyword that we're targeting is commercial property. We've also included geo-specific keyword, which is Burnley, which is where I'm from. So I'm not going to go over it real quick. I just want to show you what the headers look like. So here you can see this is heading 1. If this changed to heading 3, it'd look like that. Change it back to heading 1, that's what it looks like. So your H1, there should only be one H1 tag in the entire article, and that is the main topic of the article. It includes the primary keyword and just it is the main topic of the article, that's it. So in this article, we're talking about the benefits of commercial property investment in Burnley. The keyword I'm trying to target is commercial property. So if you're ready to start investing in commercial property, that is also important. You need to include the primary keyword in the first sentence of the article. If you're ready to start investing in commercial property or looking for a rental option, Better Commercial is here to give you the best insights as to what's available. So we've got the H1 tag here. Underneath, this is your brief introduction. There's bullet points, it's separated, it's easy to read, bullet pointed. It tells you exactly what's going to be in the article, it hooks the reader. You're ready to start investing in commercial property. Anyone that is searching this search query is ready to start investing. This is all about convincing them that Burnley is the best place to invest in commercial property. Leading estate agents in Burnley. Let's start fingering my client that I'm writing for. Why are they the best? Why should they choose them to help them invest in commercial property? They've got 95 years of experience. They're the leading estate agents. They specialise in commercial property. Our experience, we've got significant property transactions, comprehensive property management, professional accreditations. What we do is sales and lettings, valuations, property management, landlord and tenant services, blah, 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 blah. We are the best. Choose us. Now let me explain the on-page SEO, because that's the whole point of showing you this example. So you've got H1, which is there, and then your first H2, estate agents in Burnley. This is where we've gone for a secondary keyword, which is geo-specific. Again, you don't really need to worry about geo-specific keywords because it's not difficult to understand. It's all about just being specific to the location. This article is all about being geo-specific, so the secondary keyword is estate agents in Burnley. That is the second keyword that we're trying to rank for. Again, first sentence, estate agent in Burnley, ranking for this keyword. This is a H2 tag. Underneath, as long as it's on the same topic as the H2 tag, you will then use H3 tags to break down the content like I described here. So top 5 email marketing platforms, platform 1, platform 2 in H3. Same concept here. Leading estate agents in Burnley and East Lancashire. Our experience and what we do. They are H3s. You don't really need to worry about H4s. I don't use them. They're not important. Now that we stop talking about the brand and we move on to a different topic, it returns back to a H2 heading. Investing in East Lancashire. This is a different topic completely. Investing in East Lancashire is a great opportunity for property investment due to its affordable prices, blah, blah, blah. And then we transition into the next stage, which is Burnley stands out as the most thriving community. H3 tag, Burnley's growing economy. Explain why it's a thriving community and why it's the best. And then back up to H2, because now we're talking about specifically the benefits of investing in property in Burnley. And then H3s, again, to bullet point everything, affordable property prices, transport links and connectivity, quality of life and low cost of living, growing business community, skilled workforce, residential property investment, and then finally a quick call to action. For more information, contact us here. That is an SEO optimized article. I could sit here all day breaking it down, but again, we'll be here all day. Now, this article was published a couple of days ago here. So as you can see, you've got the H1 tag, benefits of commercial property investment in Burnley. And here we've got the actual contents of the article. Now, whoever has posted this article, for whatever reason, I don't actually post the article. I just send the Google Doc over because that's all you do as a copywriter. That's my job. Whoever's done it has fucked up all my headings. That should be a H2. And one way you can check as well, I'd advise doing this because this is good for competitor research. It's pretty much good for everything. I'm not going to give you a tutorial on it, but just type in SEO Quake. SEO Quake, download it and attach it to Chrome up here using this. I think it's called a widget or something like that. Attach it to Chrome. What you can do, you can get a diagnosis of the page, see what it's doing correct. So if we go to the diagnosis here, you can see the H1 tags, H2, H3s, and as you can see, they've just fucked everything up. They've fucked all my headers up. Oh well. But again, this is the published version of the article that I wrote, just to show you that it's not just some bullshit article. Because that's one thing I've noticed as well, right? Let me ask you this, for all of you that are still here watching, all your favourite copywriting YouTubers, do they ever show you actual work that they've done? Or do they just show you Google Doc examples? Like how many of them actually show? Because that one thing I've noticed with a certain someone who's quite big, who made a certain sales page video, and all he did is just cover 5 sales pages that were written by other people. would you not, right, just explain to me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if you're teaching someone how to write a sales page and you're supposedly a successful copywriter that's written loads of sales pages, and now you're teaching other people to write sales pages, would you not just show them one of yours rather than showing them a bunch of sales pages that other people have written? Does that not like raise a red flag with any of you lot? Like, you can't do it with emails. That's fair enough. You can't, you can't do it with emails, because how are you going to show an email that you've written? Just show the Google Doc. But if it's a published website page, like a landing page or a sales page, why are you making tutorials on how to write a sales page and showing other people's work and not your own? Like, would you not just show your own work? Oh, sorry, that's right, you've never actually written a sales page, you're just a fucking liar, and you're just trying to sell courses to people. Sorry, I forgot about that. That's just my opinion. Don't mind me. But back to the lesson. Keyword placement. So as mentioned in the previous slide, your primary keyword should be placed within the title tag, meta description, URL if possible, and H1 tag. Secondary keywords should be used in your subheadings, as in H2, H3, blah, 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 blah. Now for the body content, it's also important to include your keywords seamlessly into your body content. You can include both the primary keyword and secondary keywords regularly throughout your content, as long as you avoid keyword stuffing. An example of keyword stuffing would be SEO tools are the best SEO tools for SEO because SEO helps you with SEO. Shit. Don't ever, ever, ever write SEO copy like that. Never. A better example would be SEO tools are essential for improving your search engine rankings and driving organic traffic. Good. SEO tools, that's what you're trying to rank for, and then you've got some secondary keywords. Improve search engine rankings, drive organic traffic. Secondary keywords that complement the primary keyword. Lesson 7, calls to action. So you know by now that every piece of copy has a CTA included somewhere along the lines. So where do you include your call to action, and what should the call to action be in an SEO article? The short answer is anything that you can link that adds value, that adds to the value of the content, and anywhere possible without link stuffing. So it all depends on the search intent of the article. If the intent is informational, then a good call to action would be like, you can learn more about X here. Or you can add a link to a product if the initial informational intent was best email marketing tools. Beehive takes our #1 spot for the best email marketing tools in 2024. So me personally, I just dump a bunch of call to actions all the way through the content. And I'm going to show you where my call to actions are here in this specific article. So at the top, we've got leading estate agents in Burnley and East Lancashire. With over 95 years of experience, Petty Commercial is the leading estate agent in Burnley and East Lancashire. Specialising in commercial property investment across Burnley, Colne, Pendle and Barrowford, our team can help you find the best commercial property to suit your investment strategy. Our team can help you find the best commercial property. Click contact form. Our experience. Case study, call to action. We assist in a multitude of substantial property deals such as the sale of Progress Works. Link to another article which talks about the sale of Progress Works. Next up, another call to action at the end of this section of the article, which is talking all about Petty Commercial, the brand that I'm writing for. If you want to learn more about Petty Commercial, there you go, about us. Investing in East Lancashire is a great area for property investment. Why? Lancashire's latest. Should you invest in Lancashire? Another article. And then finally, the final call to action there, which is contact us. That's how you should include links in an article, pretty much. Not difficult, just where it makes sense to include a link. Internal links, external links, they're all important because they help bounce readers to different pages and just get more traffic to more pages. So you imagine you've got 45,000 visitors every single month, like we mentioned earlier in the scenario. Now, not only are those 45,000 visitors just going to the article that they originally searched for, but they're getting bounced between different articles and redirected to contact forms or product pages. How many of them are going to turn into customers? That's what it's all about. That's the whole point. So that is pretty much it. That's how you write SEO copy. Say goodbye to boring Instagram outreach and hello to an outreach method that targets qualified leads so that you can sign your first client this week. Welcome to the final part of my full copywriting masterclass. And in this video, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know to actually start making money with the skills that I have taught you. If you haven't watched the first 5 parts to this series, then I highly suggest you check them out. Copywriting basics for beginners, direct response copywriting, branded copywriting, advanced copywriting techniques, SEO copywriting, and finally, outreach. In this video, I'm going to teach you the best outreach method in the world, which gets the highest response rate and the highest closing rate by far. So let's jump straight into it without wasting any more time. Oh, did I mention I'm teaching you 2 outreach methods in this video? Yes, it's your lucky day. 2 of the best outreach methods in the world. So let's get straight into it. Outreach method 1. Say goodbye to Instagram outreach and hello to an outreach method that targets qualified leads who are already willing to pay for your services. What this means is the prospects that we are going to be targeting, the prospects that I'm going to show you how to find, are already qualified leads. This outreach method removes 90% of the work involved in outreach. You don't have to send a personalized compliment, and you don't have to send them free value to try and qualify them. These prospects are already qualified and interested in hiring a copywriter. All you have to do is convince them that you're the man for the job. And if you've watched my full course, then you know exactly how to do that, because convincing someone to take action is copywriting. So if you haven't watched my full course, watch it, because then you will know exactly how to convince these prospects that you are the man for the job. So this outreach method is called ad poaching. I have posted a video on my YouTube channel explaining this outreach method already, but this is an updated, remastered version because that was my first ever YouTube video and it was shit. This video is going to explain it more in depth and give you some more intricate techniques on how to use this outreach method. But before we start, I just want to give you some comparisons, some comparative statistics. So, ad poaching versus Instagram outreach. So this varies from person to person based on a number of factors. After extensive testing and using this outreach method myself for almost 2 months, here's a brief comparison between ad poaching and Instagram outreach. So for Instagram outreach, you can only send approximately 10 to 15 high quality DMs per hour. This is because with Instagram outreach, you need to spend time searching prospects. You need to spend time going through their profile, maybe liking some of their photos to warm them up. Maybe you have to find a video that you can study and then send them a personalized compliment on this video. So on average with Instagram outreach, it can take you around about 6 minutes per DM for relatively high quality. If you're talking really high quality outreach, when you want to find the best compliment to use to try and get a response, you may only be able to send 5 or 6 DMs per hour. So the volume for Instagram outreach is incredibly low. The volume for ad poaching is 50 to 100 DMs per hour. This is because you don't have to waste time qualifying the prospect. With Instagram outreach, you have to get a response and then send free value to try and qualify them. Now, forget the free value part. With Instagram outreach, your main objective is to get a response, right? You get a response by sending them a personalized message. With the ad poaching method, we have a script that is personalized to every single prospect that you are going to be messaging, and therefore you can use a copy and paste script and send anywhere from 50 to 100 DMs per hour. So Instagram's response rate. On average, you are going to get between 1 and 5% of your outreach responded to when you send outreach on Instagram. This is just an average. It doesn't matter what outreach method you use. When you send outreach to someone, the odds of you getting a response are between 1 and 5%. It's exactly the same for ad poaching. The difference is you can send a lot more volume with ad poaching. Now, the interest percentage for Instagram outreach is approximately 5%. So out of the 5% of prospects who respond to your 10 or 15 DMs per hour, only 5% of those responses are going to be interested in your services. Mainly because Instagram outreach just doesn't work. Mainly because Instagram outreach is just used by everyone, so they're getting millions of these messages every single day. The fact of the matter is, and I'm sure many of you have tried it already, when you send outreach on Instagram, you're just getting absolutely no interest from prospects whatsoever. That is just a fact. But with the ad poaching method, you're going to receive around about 60% interest from people who respond. The reason it is 60% and not 100% is because what you are doing is targeting prospects that have expressed interest in copywriting services via a paid ad that's been paid by someone else. The reason you only get 60% interest is because, one, they may not have enough money to pay for your services. They may just assume that you're going to only charge them $20, and then when you bring them back down to reality and say, no, it's $2,000, then they're not interested. And the second reason is they've already paid for marketing services via the advertisement. But through my extensive testing, I found that I got around about 60% interest rate from the people that I was sending outreach to. And call to action after interest is between 5 and 10%. What this means is how many people are booking a call after they've expressed interest. So how many people are you able to warm up to an eventual action, which is booking a call? And again, with Instagram outreach, it's between 5 and 10%, exactly the same for ad poaching. Now, doing some simple calculations, and this is not a statistical fact, this is just based off of testing that I've done and an average that I have come up with. Using these statistics, if you send 15 DMs per hour, get a 5% response rate and a 5% interest rate, and you send outreach for 8 hours per day, then you will find 0.3 interested prospects per day with Instagram outreach. And I'm sure the statistics are even lower than that, because some of you will have been outreaching for 8 hours a day for months on end and got no interest from prospects. With these statistics, this is best case scenario. You send 15 DMs per hour, you get 5% of those DMs responded to by the end of the day after 8 hours. And when you follow up with the next message, 5% of your follow-ups grab the interest of the person that you're outreaching to, leaving you with 0.3 people per day who are interested in your shit. With ad poaching, if you are sending 100 DMs per hour, which is what I averaged at, getting 5% responses per hour with 60% interest, then by the end of your 8-hour day sending outreach, you will have a total of 24 prospects who are interested in your services. That isn't including the call to action. We're just talking about interested prospects here. By the end of the day, you will have 24 interested prospects in your DMs that you can begin warming up and convincing that you are the man for the job. That is why this outreach method is so much more powerful than Instagram outreach, because you've got access to a plethora of qualified prospects and you can send a high amount of volume because you can use a script, a copy and paste script. It's amazing, honestly. And I use this outreach method to sign myself over 15 clients and generate over £17,000, which is about $20,000 within 2 months of discovering that this outreach method was even a thing, because I stumbled across this accidentally. Best thing I ever did. So let's actually teach you how to do it. So stage 1, the first thing you need to do is optimize your ads so that you have the relevant advertisements, so that relevant advertisements will start to appear across your social media platform. To do this, you simply need to make Google think you are interested in marketing services so that it pushes marketing ads to your social media page. So how do you do it? Step 1, turn on your preferences. Navigate to your chosen social media platform. I prefer Facebook, as this platform has the highest engagement rates, and Instagram can also be used. Once there, head to your settings and click on these prompts. Settings and privacy. Then click on settings, then click on account center, then click on add preferences, then click on ad settings, then click on activity information from ad partners, and then click on this. Show me ads that are more relevant by using this information. What this is going to do is Facebook and Google are going to start scissoring each other. And every time you do something on Google, Google is going to squirt inside of Facebook, and Facebook is going to piss out advertisements based on your search history. That makes sense? So turning on your ad preferences is very important. You will see in the later stages. So the step 2 is you need to sign into the correct Google account. Make sure to sign into the same Google account that is associated with your chosen social media platforms. This allows Facebook to access your search history and use that information to send you the relevant ads. What this means is this little section up here, Google account, you need to sign in to the same email address that is associated with the social media platforms you're going to be using to locate these ads. So if you use johndoe2000@gmail.com for your Facebook account, then you need to sign in with johndoe2000@gmail.com on Google. Because then it's going to track your data for the stuff that you're searching for, collect that data and send that data over to Facebook so Facebook can start showing you ads based on your search history. Very important. So step 3, research, copywriting and marketing services. Research copywriting services as if you are your chosen prospect. Things like where to hire a copywriter, where to find a marketing director and copywriting agencies, etc. Make sure you actually visit and navigate the web pages that appear on the search engine results page so that Google can track your movements and push the correct ads to you. So if I type in on Google now, copywriting agency. Let's go past sponsored and let's click on one of these random ones. So just do a little bit of research on the website. Go through the research, have a look on their menu, have a look at their services, our services, research, strategy, copywriting. Let's have a look at some of their services. They've got business-to-business copywriting. Take a look through it. Actually sit and read, because again, Google will track the amount of time you spend on each page as well. So you can't just ping, 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 ping. You actually have to show Google that you're interested in this sort of stuff by reading the page, because it will track how long you've stayed on the page. If you just click on one of these websites during your research and then click straight off it, that's called a bounce rate. That's called bouncing, and Google will track the fact that you have bounced off of this website and then decide that you are not interested in the contents of this website. So you won't start receiving the correct ads. You actually have to stay on this website, read it, understand it. Some of these websites, copywriting agencies, for example, this one, I'm sure there's some source on here, and I'm sure a copywriting agency has used some good copywriting techniques on their website. I'm pretty sure they will have done. So it's learning materials for you as well. Do a bit of studying. This is exactly what happened to me. I was studying copywriting agencies so that I could read how they structure their copy on their website, how they write, the language they use, the tone of voice, etc., etc. I was studying copywriting agencies so that I could learn from them. And after spending 3 hours studying copywriting agencies like this one, I came off it and started seeing all the ads popping up on Facebook for copywriting and marketing services. So that's what you have to do. You have to show Google that you are actually genuinely interested in copywriting services by doing the actual research. And once you do that, and only once you do that, will Google start showing you the relevant ads. If you try and rush this process and just type in random keywords and bounce between different websites, Google is going to automatically assume that you are not interested in the keyword that you have written into Google, because you're bouncing off websites. You're not interested. You have to actually show interest, or you're just going to do yourself over. Hope that clears some things up from the previous video, because I'm sure that's what a lot of you have been doing. So step 2, locating prospects. Now it's time for the boring part. You have to scroll through your chosen social media platform until you start seeing the ads that have a large number of comments. If you're not seeing the ads, then you either need to do more research or double check that you followed all the steps correctly. Go back, double check. Are your ad preferences turned on? Are you signed into the correct Google account? And have you actually sat there and taken the time to research copywriting agencies rather than just doing it as quick as you can because you think you're going to get a client in an hour? Stop rushing. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. Take your time, be patient. Not all ads are going to have a large number of comments. You need to be patient. You'll find one eventually. Too many of you have been messaging me, especially after my first video. Too many of you have been messaging me saying, oh, I've seen a bunch of these ads, but none of them have many comments. Okay, what's your email address? Then they tell me their email address. And then I have a look at my newsletter and I notice that they've signed up to my newsletter 5 days ago. Right, so you've only been scrolling for 5 days. How long have you been scrolling per day? Have you even been scrolling at all? Have you just seen a couple of ads and thought, oh, it don't work, there's no comments on any of these advertisements? Be patient, take your time. Not every single ad is going to have a plethora of clients. And I'll tell you what, next point, and then I'm going to show you, the only 4 ads that I found in 2 months, passively, I weren't specifically looking for them. I found one ad that was really good and used that for ages. And then whenever I passively came across one, naturally scrolling, I saved it. And in 2 months, I only saw 4 ads that had a bunch of comments that were relevant to what I wanted to do. In 2 months, I found 4 ads. So if you are actively searching, you should be able to find them quicker than that because I don't scroll very often. So you should be able to find these ads quicker than 4 in 2 months or 1 every 2 weeks. Just be patient. You're not going to find it instantly. You're not just going to start seeing a million advertisements that have a million comments. Just be patient. Stop rushing everything. And again, you can target any ad that offers something that you can provide. So let me show you some examples of these advertisements. So this one here, this is the magic ad that got me the majority of my work. And this was the first ad that I ever came across. Excuse me. So, one day I was sitting and scrolling and I saw this. Small business owners interested in promoting their business on social media. I read that and thought, promoting your business on social media, copywriting. Had a look at the comments, 2,200 comments. Interested. Oh my God. They're all interested. Oh my God. Every single one of them is interested. Oh my God. Every single one. 2,200 prospects, all interested. I messaged every single person in that comment section. Every single one. Over the course of 2 months. I also messaged every single person in this comment section. Social media manager, copywriting. Just messaged all of them. Every single one. Then I saw another expert market, which was a different ad that had a different pool of prospects. 262 comments. Interested. So I messaged all of them. Grow your business. Another one. Grow your YouTube channel. I messaged all of them. To be fair, I didn't actually get any replies off this one. But I still messaged them all. Send it. Those are the type of ads that you want to target. This one was my best performing one. I got so many clients from this ad. I think the majority of my clients came from this one ad alone because it was specifically like promoting your business on social media. One thing I want to clarify as well is that a lot of these guys were looking to pay nothing, basically. They wanted to pay something like $90 a month for social media marketing. I told them that that was bullshit, and instead I came up with workflows for them. Things like building a sales page, building a newsletter for them, things like that. Setting up automations on social media or providing them with copy templates that they can use to drive traffic to a sign-up page that they can market to later. I did stuff like that for people. I also did ad scripts for people, social media marketing. I did ad scripts for people. I did a bunch of different stuff like that. But the majority of work I got from this ad was standalone projects to do with social media. Standalone projects all to do with social media. So that's one thing you need to take into consideration as well. Yes, they're interested prospects. What are they interested in? social media marketing. So you have to pitch them social media marketing. You start pitching people emails that are interested in social media, they're going to think, fuck off. You have to be clever about this stuff. You can't just, like, everything I've taught you throughout this course, just go back and watch it if you haven't watched it. If you have watched it and you're still thinking this dumb shit, then go back and watch it again. Actually listen to what I'm saying. You need to be clever. You need to go into this tactically. You need to understand your audience, understand everything about them. Interested. What are they interested in? Social media marketing. What can I do for them? Ad scripts, captions, lead magnets, all that stuff. So they're the examples. Now, one thing I want to say is that when you sign up to my newsletter, you will receive an automation off me, a welcome email, telling you to fill out a survey just so that I get your first name. It's just for custom field purposes. Fill out a survey, and then once you've filled out that survey, you'll receive an email with all 4 of these ads in that email, as well as other things, which we'll get to later on. But you'll receive the links to all 4 of these ads. You could probably just look at my screen now and copy that if you really wanted to. But if you sign up to my newsletter, you'll receive all these ads. Do not try and get a client from the comment section of these ads. You won't get a client, right? First of all, I have already messaged all 2,200 of these guys, right? Maybe not 2,200. I think there was like 1,800 comments when I was using this. So I've already messaged 1,800 of these guys. Not only that, but about 300 of you have signed up to my newsletter, and therefore another 300 copywriters are all targeting this specific ad because they're too lazy to optimize their ads and find their own. So don't use these ads to try and get clients. Use them as examples of the sort of ads that you actually want to look for. Okay? Like this one, grow your YouTube channel. I can do scripts. I can do SEO copywriting for your descriptions and titles. What's this one? Social media manager. I can do your captions. I can do your ad scripts. I can do this. I can do that. If you find one for emails, then fuck, wow, you're going to be jizzing. You find one for SEO, wow, you're going to be jizzing even more. Amazing. I've got a better SEO outreach strategy coming up soon though. But that's that for this section. So let's continue with the video because I'm waffling. Right, stage 3, outreach. You found a list of prospects to target. Now it's time to hit them with this script. As I mentioned before, you can use copy and paste script because it's personalized. All these guys are already qualified. You don't need to try and get a response out of them by any means necessary. You just send them this script, and since they're already interested and it's personalized to something that they have done, you either get a response or you don't. There's nothing better than this. This is the best way to do it. I noticed you recently commented on a marketing ad on X. Are you still interested in marketing your business? These marketing agencies don't always deliver the best results, so let me know if you're interested. I'd be happy to help. Since this message is personalized to each and every prospect in the comment section, it's okay to copy and paste for mass outreach. Therefore, you can send 100 outreach per hour. You will get the same response rate as any other outreach method. Approximately 5% of prospects will respond to you. However, you're sending 5 times as much, 10 times as much outreach. Not only that, but instead of getting 5% of the prospects that respond to you actually turn out to be interested in what you're offering, 60% of the prospects that respond to you will turn out to be interested in what you're offering because they were already interested to begin with. And the only reason they're not interested is because 1, they've actually paid the marketing agency to do it for them, or 2, they're broke bitches and can't afford your services, so you wouldn't want to work with them anyway. Best outreach method in the world. Now for follow-ups, like any other outreach method, most of these guys are going to ignore you, don't worry about it, blah, 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 blah. I forgot to get rid of this bit, I updated this PowerPoint. Massively improving your chances without reducing quality. You're going to get different replies, so I can't give you the answers to every possible scenario. You just have to use your initiative. Just remember this. Always make sure you identify what stage of awareness they are in, because they might be interested in marketing services, but if they're not aware of what those services involve, then just make them aware. So as always, your goal is to entice a call to action, as in booking a call, nothing more. If you think it is necessary to send your prospect after they have expressed interest to you, if you think it's necessary to send them some free value as an example or a case study of what you could do for them, then do it. If you don't think that's necessary and you can convince them on your own, then just do that. What is important, what you need to remember is when you are outreaching, right? After you get that response, the response that expresses interest, it's all about convincing them that you are the man for the job. How do you convince someone to take action on a call to action? I'm like choosing whether or not to look at you or the screen. How do you do it? How do you get someone to take action? Voila! Copywriting. Warm up the lead. Use copywriting techniques. Use everything that I have taught you throughout this 5-part course, 6-part course. Use it all to psychologically manipulate this potential client into booking a call with you. That's the point of copywriting. If you can't do that or you don't know how to do that, go back and watch my course again and make notes and actually do the work and actually practice. So then you actually know and you actually make a mental note of the things that I've taught you instead of just sitting there watching me like this. Actually do something. Actually learn copywriting. And then you will know exactly how to convince these people to pay you. And if you can convince someone to pay you for your services, then that proves that you are good at what you do because you've just done it by convincing someone to pay you. It's not rocket science. One thing I will tell you though, a trick, right? When I say use copywriting, that doesn't mean send them a big ass fucking message all at once, fucking identifying a problem, proposing a solution, selling the solution. Fuck that. You're not sending emails. These are DMs. Treat every single DM you send like a direct response DM that should contain no more than 50 words. This direct response DM, right? What's the response going to be? Tell me now, right? Stop. Just fucking think outside the box. For once in your life, think outside the box. When I say send a direct response DM, what do you think I want the response to be? You want them to reply. You want them to keep replying. You want to keep them interested. You want them to reply to whatever it is that you say. Therefore, you need to use some sort of techniques, some sort of copywriting techniques that I have taught you throughout this course to not only warm up the lead by explaining their problems and explaining how you can solve those problems, but also making sure that the message you send forces them to reply until eventually you send that final message when you believe the time is right. You send that final message that the final call to action is booking a call with you. That is the point of outreach. Use copywriting to get people to respond. That is it. That is the difference between people who book calls and people who don't. Using copywriting, for fuck's sake. I've spent about 4 hours, more than 4 hours of my time, it's just 4 hours of your time watching these videos. Never mind recording and then sometimes having to re-record because I fuck up the recording, building the slides, editing the videos. I've spent weeks of my time preparing this course for you to teach you copywriting, for you to then go on and try and get a client and not use what I've taught you. Use it. You're a copywriter. Your job is to get a response from someone, convince a prospect to take action. When you get a response using this outreach method from someone who is interested, fucking use what I've taught you to convince them to pay you. That's what you do. If you can't do that, quit. Or watch my videos again. Don't quit. Fuck that. No, don't quit. Don't be a pussy. Watch the videos again. Actually learn. Get good. You have any questions, just watch the fucking videos again. You don't need any more information. It's all in there. And I proved it with my examples at the end of my teaching course part. Like after I taught you direct response, branded, and then advanced, I put all those techniques into one piece copy and showed you it, proving that you don't need anything else other than what I've taught you. I'm ranting now. I'm going to stop ranting. Listen, use this outreach method, get a response, get another response, confirming that they're interested, and then just use your initiative. Use what I've taught you to convince them to pay you. That is it. breather. That's just one outreach method, by the way. I've got another one. Another one that's really good, even better. So, an interesting concept that works incredibly well. What separates this method from others is that you are identifying prospects who are actively trying to solve a problem and failing. They're already in the conversion stage of engagement. They just chose the wrong team. I call this outreach the SERP method, or SEO outreach. These guys are trying to solve a problem and failing, which means they are even more qualified than the guys in this outreach method. Because these guys are interested. Guess what? These guys are not only interested, but they're actively trying to figure out what the fuck is going on and figure out how to solve their problems. They're actively trying to do it. So these are even more qualified than the leads in the previous outreach method, which makes it even better. It's unbelievable. Guys, I can't believe I'm giving you this for free. If you don't fucking subscribe after this video, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking come to your house and bite your head off. The problem. As mentioned before, you will be pitching prospects who are failing to solve a problem they have. But what is that problem? It's simple, SEO. There's a sweet spot in the search engine results page which allows you to identify prospects who are trying to rank but failing. This is important because you need to find the prospects who are trying and failing as opposed to prospects who are not trying and therefore failing. What this means is the sweet spot is anywhere from page 3 to page 20. The absolute sweet spot is page 3, 4, and 5. Reason being is because when you type in a search query, if you don't know what a search query is, go and watch the SEO course, right? You've got no place here unless you've watched my course about SEO copywriting. But the sweet spot on the search engine results page is page 3, 4, and 5. All the other pages after that, yep, they're pretty good as well. You can target them up to page 10. I do say page 20 in my slide, but we'll just say page 10. Page 3 to page 10. But the sweet spot is page 3, 4, and 5. When you type in a search query on Google, you're going to get search engine results, right? And there's going to be rank 1 at the top. You might have a few sponsored website pages above it, but you're going to have rank 1 at the top on page 1 of Google. All you do is scroll down to the bottom, skip to page 3. Now, every website on page 3 is attempting to rank for the search query that you have used in Google, if that makes sense. So when you type in how to be a copywriter on Google, page 1, you'll have your top results on page 1, skip to page 3, and every website on that page is trying to rank for the search query how to start copywriting, but every single page on page 3 is failing to rank for it. Yeah? Does that make sense? They wouldn't be on page 3 if they weren't using SEO techniques. Okay, so they are using SEO techniques. We know that because they're on page 3, but they're not using good enough SEO techniques to be on page 1. And that is the problem that they are trying to solve and failing. And that is the problem that you, the SEO copywriter, can help them solve. So how do you do it? Stage 1. Type in your keyword into Google. This keyword should have informational intent. Just makes your life easier when outreaching. And be targeted towards a high ticket business. Again, target a high ticket business because you want to get paid. You actually want prospects who are qualified and you want money. Fuck niches, fuck whatever you're interested in. I don't care what you're interested in. You want money. That's what we're all interested in. So target a high ticket business. Whatever niche is high ticket, that's what business you target. It's always helpful to do keyword research beforehand as this can help improve the accuracy of your outreach. What this means is when you go on to page 3, not every page will be specifically trying to rank for the keyword that you have entered into Google. Some of them might just accidentally be ranking for that word, when in reality they're actually ranking for another specific keyword and they're actually ranked 1 for that keyword. They're just accidentally ranking for the search query that you've put in. So if you do a little bit of keyword research to actually figure out what keywords they are ranking for, if you identify that their primary keyword is the keyword that you've entered into Google and they are only ranking page 3, that is a prospect that you can use. If their primary keyword is how much does a copywriter get paid, but they're ranked on page 3 of Google for how to be a copywriter, then they've accidentally ranked for that, and that just means that they've got a really good website and a lot of authority. So they've accidentally ranked for that. So do a bit of keyword research, make sure that their primary keyword is actually the search query that you've typed in. And if they're ranking on page 3 and there's a bunch of competitors that are ranking higher than them, then you can target them. Step 2, scroll down to page 3. Fuck that. Page 3 of the search engine results page. Look at every business on that page and use my secret software, link in the description. I'm not allowed to post it on YouTube for some reason. I asked someone about it and I'm not allowed. So just check the description, sign up for my newsletter. You'll get it in the same automation that I mentioned earlier that has the ads in it. You get a message, I'll say hello, fill out a survey, just type your first name in. You don't even need to give me your first name if you don't want to, just put fucking dot. Type that in, type your first name in, then you'll get the email about 24 hours after that, and that'll have my secret software. To locate the business email of either the CEO or the marketing director of each business in the search engine results page. So when you qualify a page that is attempting to rank for the search query that you have put in, and they're on page 3, you click on that website, copy the URL, use my secret software, find the business owner's email address, and then once you've located and verified the validity of the CEO's email, it's time to send them your outreach. So step 1, with any email outreach, your subject line should always be your name, their name, like that. So for example, James Cavanagh, Elon Musk, that's what the subject line should look like. I don't know why this just seems to be the best and most intriguing subject line that has the highest open rate. I did not come up with this, I heard this off someone else, I tested it, and yes, it really does have the highest open rate. I'm talking like 90% open rate. Don't know how, don't know why, it just must just come off as intriguing. You can A/B test as well to see which one has the best open rates. So you could do Elon Musk, James Cavanagh, instead of James Cavanagh, Elon Musk. Just test, whichever one. But generally, that is the best subject line, and it's literally got like 90% open rates. It's unbelievable. Oh my God, what's going on? What is going on? There we go. Right, step 2 for the body. You have to be very careful what you say. In my experience, a compliment on their service or product to start with is always the best approach. You don't always have to do that, but you know, it can be good for hooking the reader. Most of the time, the web page that will appear in the search engine results page will be an article or blog, especially if you've targeted something with informational intent. That is why. Now you're going to understand why you need to target informational intent. You need to read that article and find a gap in the information. Then in your email, ask the question that wasn't answered in the original article. It's important to make yourself seem like an interested customer. Let me reiterate that in my own words. Type in a search query on Google, skip to page 3, make sure that the web page that you choose is trying to rank for the specific search query that you've put in and just hasn't accidentally ranked for it. Make sure that they're trying to rank for it. Get the guy's email, message him, and before you message him, so find the article, right? Read the article, find a gap of information within that article. So read it, understand it, and then think of something that could be added to the article. Find a gap within the information, and then contact the CEO and ask them the question that wasn't answered in the article. How to be a copywriter. If they tell you absolutely everything from learning copywriting to outreach to whatever, but you still don't know how to register as a limited company, then that's what question you would ask in your email. Hi, I just read your article on blah, 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 blah. It's really interesting that copywriting, it sounds really great and I'd love to get into it. The only thing is, I now understand what I need to do to learn copywriting. I know how to get clients, but how do I actually legalize that process and register as a limited company and get myself a tax code? Your article didn't seem to mention that part. And you'll get a response. So for follow-ups, response rates are incredibly high for this type of outreach. The subject line gets them to open the email, and you're asking a question that makes it seem like they're getting a potential sale from you. The example I just gave wasn't a very good example. I've got an actual example of when I used this outreach method and it worked. So I'll show you that. But you generally want to be making it out like they're going to get a sale because you're interested in information that they've provided. So if they've provided information on shampoo or something, and they say that this shampoo will stop your hair from flaking, then you just, but in the article there's no information on what shampoo or what hair type this shampoo works best on, then that's what question you would ask. What hair type does this shampoo work on best? Is it good for thin hair? Is it good for thick hair? And then you'll get a response because they're going to think that you want to buy their shampoo, so they need to clarify that, oh no, it actually works for any hair type. You get me? Anyway, I'm going to turn my phone upside down because it's distracting me. So they will respond, and they will always respond by answering your question and either leaving it at that, offering you a call, or redirecting you to more information. Your follow-up should cater to their response. Through testing, I've only got 3 responses. They either answer your question and nothing else, redirect you to more information, or send you a link to book a call with one of their salesmen. So for response 1, if they answer your question with no subsequent follow-ups, then you simply thank them and then highlight the problem that is the missing information in their articles. Explain that you had to scroll all the way down to page 3 to find their blog, and describe the reasons why their page is ranking low and the negative implications of ranking low and how they can potentially solve that problem. For response 2, if they redirect you to another page, read it and then just repeat 2.2. Read that article, find a gap within the information, then just send them another email saying, right, I've read this article, blah, 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 but what about this? And then you'll just get another response from them, and then they will usually just answer. They won't redirect you again at that point, trust me. And then response 3, if they offer to book a call with you, you will most likely be booked with one of their salesmen. You can try and do A/B testing. Approach A being accepting the call and using that sales call to pitch the salesman. I wouldn't advise it. I've never done that. I'm just saying you could do it. Or approach B, you could refuse the call and ask to speak directly to the CEO and then, and ask to speak directly to the CEO there and then, or send them your calendar. You can experiment with response 1 techniques, blah, 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 blah. I'm brain farting, I apologise. But response 3, I've got that response once and I just ignored him. I couldn't be bothered with it. I thought, I'm not jumping on a sales call for you to sell me when I'm trying to sell you. I just didn't bother with that. So it's up to you. You can try this and you can try and push to get that sale. You can keep like nagging the CEO and see if you can fucking get something out of him. Me, I had a bunch of clients at that point and I just thought, fuck off, can't bother. So let me just give you an example now of response 1, which is this. And it also caters to response 2. Because when they redirect you, you just repeat 2.2, and then when you send them another email, then you'll get response 1. So basically, this is just the response that you always use. So, I messaged this company. It was RateWise Mortgages. Move my camera. So I messaged this company called RateWise Mortgages. I said, hi X, I just read your article, and I sent a link to the article that I read. And I had a couple of questions for you. And by the way, this article was on page 5, I think it was. I had a couple of questions for you. How much does it cost to hire a mortgage broker? Will a mortgage broker be able to find a mortgage that has a cheap enough deposit to allow me to pay the broker fee while still paying less total upfront costs than if I were to find one myself? To give you an example, I have a budget of £22,500 to pay the initial deposit and all the fees such as legal insurance. I have found myself a mortgage that will accept a 25% minimum deposit on an £80,000 property. My specific question is this: can a mortgage broker help me find a mortgage that will accept less than 25% deposit without the broker fee, bumping my total costs back up to the original costs I calculated myself? If possible, I'd like to pay less than £20,000 total fees so that I have some money left over for furnishings, etc. Hope to hear back from you soon. P.S. I'm a first-time buyer. So he got back to me. He said, hi, James. As a first-time buyer, minimum deposits usually sit around 12 to 15% of the total cost of the property. Our mortgage brokers specialise in finding these mortgages for you, along with the best interest rates, fees for our services, blah, 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 blah. He basically answered the question and said, we can get you all of this for 15 grand when I wanted it for 20 grand. I purposely used that because I knew it'd get a response because it was a ridiculous number. Fucking 25% deposit for a first-time buyer, that's not heard of. I already knew that it was 12 to 15% because I bought my mum's house for her after I started copywriting. So I already knew it was that. So I used these numbers to get a response out of him. It's all copywriting techniques, all little psychological tricks that I've used that you wouldn't even think of. All little psychological tricks. I'd like to pay less than 20 grand total fees. And he's responded and said, he'll have been jizzing in his pants thinking, well, I can get it you for 15 grand. So that's a client immediately. So he responded, I can get it you for 15 grand. Hope this answers your question. So I said, thank you so much for that. Do you mind if I ask who writes your articles for you? I think you would benefit immensely from implementing this type of information into your articles targeted towards my specific search query. I'm not going to lie, I scrolled for about 10 minutes before I found your page. I think it was ranked around page 10 on Google. If your content answers all possible questions associated with this specific search query, in this case, where to find the best mortgage rates, it will really improve your search engine page rankings and therefore bring in much more organic traffic and more sales without the back and forth emails asking questions that could have already been answered. I'm an SEO copywriter and I'd be more than happy to give you some pointers and help you rank your pages higher on Google. Let me know if you're interested. So he messaged me back. I'm not going to lie, I kind of thought he was just a bit pissed off when he responded to me, but he obviously weren't. So he said, hi, we've got a team of website developers that write all our content. I'm aware of SEO, but don't know much about it. I'll leave it to them. You're giving me some valuable insight as to what we're doing wrong, so I'll make sure to bring it up with my team. So I thought, right, one more follow-up, let's see. I'll be happy to book a call if you want to go through some strategies to improve your rankings if you'd like. Just let me know. And he did. He just straight up booked a call. Thanks, James. I booked a call with you. Fucking camera died. Anyway, where we're at. So yeah, the guy booked a call with me and unfortunately he never showed up to the call. Oh well, doesn't matter. But he did book a call. I got that call to action. He booked the call. And that is basically how it works. The outreach method. Really good. So your key takeaways is type in a search query with informational intent, skip to page 3 and start reading articles on that page. If part of your question hasn't been answered in the article, then navigate to my secret software, link in the description, and reach out to the CEO or marketing director. I repeat this process for every business up to page 10, not 20. Don't waste your time going up to page 10, 20, page 10. And that is it. That's the end of the video. That is the ultimate outreach masterclass. So if you want conversion copywriting clients, do the first ad poaching method. If you want SEO copywriting clients, do the second method. And you never know, you might even be able to get email copywriting clients from it. Just sound like you know what you're talking about like that when it comes to SEO. And then when it comes to the actual sales call, you can always just say, well, if we use emails, you can do it, man. You're a copywriter. Come on, you've watched all my videos. You know how to do it. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. There's nothing else to go over. That's the end of my copywriting course. I may do one more part where I demonstrate a live sales call. I've got the footage recorded, but I'm being really stubborn and just not fucking uploading it because I don't get enough views, so you can all fuck off. So if you want to see the video of one of my live sales calls, which I managed to close, then like the video, comment, subscribe, and maybe even share it for me. Because the only way I'm going to post this video on sales pages is if I get a total of 9,000 views across all 6 of my copywriting course videos. Basics for beginners, direct response, branded, advanced SEO and outreach. That's 1,500 views per video. That's not a lot. You guys can do it for me. And the way you do it is by engaging. Like, comment, subscribe, because then the algorithm will like me. So if you want to see that video of a live sales call where I actually, not only will I build a slide telling you how to close a sales call, but I will show you a real life example of me using the techniques that I teach you in that video. How does that sound? Good. So engage with my shit, check the description, sign up to all my stuff, and good luck on your copywriting journeys. That's it for me. I will be posting more videos on this channel, but I'm having a break because all my time and energy has gone into doing this bullshit for you lot. So thanks for sticking around. I will see you all in whatever's next. Peace.